Та панове, зустрічайте Денис.
Ladies and gentlemen, please meet Denis Shmyhal, the Prime Minister of Ukraine. Dear Yuliia, dear ambassadors, dear colleagues, partners and friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to welcome you on the second forum, Demining Ukraine, which is focused on unification of efforts of Ukraine and the world to clean up our land from Russian landmines and shells. All the landmine garbage. 174,000 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory were considered potentially mined. With solidarity of the partners and our internal resources, we have returned back into operation 35.5 thousand square kilometers of our land. It's a big achievement, having in mind that all this time the armed hostilities were continued. I would like to thank the courageous engineers, operators of demining activity, manufacturers of equipment, Ukrainian manufacturers of equipment, namely our international friends who help with finance and technology. Yet the pace of demining is, of course, insufficient. We cannot allow ourselves to follow the long way, which will take the decades. It's about life and health of our people. Due to Russian mines, about 760 civilians have suffered, of which 86 children. Our duty is to guarantee security for everyone. This is about our economics, especially the agricultural sector, 11.5 billion US dollars of annual loss due to landmines in the fields. This is the price of contamination with landmines. This is of our environment. This is the risk of fire, chemical intoxication of soil, the risk of total change of the ecosystem. All that causes us to a comprehensive approach in the humanitarian demining. We implement it right now in line with the national strategy of the anti-mining activity. The first direction is the survey of potentially contaminated land. Today, potentially contaminated territory, 139,000 square kilometers. This is more than the area of such European countries as Greece, Bulgaria, and Austria, for comparison, to fill the scale. I quote such numbers, and we make their surveillance to find out which territory is beyond the risk territory to quickly return it to our farmers for cultivation. It improves the result, the acreages are increasing, the jobs created, and the farms are paying the taxes and increase the exports of foodstuffs. The second direction is clean up of the land from mines and shells in the areas where the relevant contamination was identified. 70 operators of anti-mining activity, 4,000 engineers, 150 pieces of technology operate in the field of demining. The third direction is involvement of international donor support. The coalition of humanitarian demining is now attended by 50 partner countries. Overall contributions exceeds $1 billion US dollars. We really appreciate this solidarity, and we count on further support. Thank you very much indeed, dear partners. It's also valuable the experience of the countries which in the past faced a similar problem. In this context, especially promising is interaction with Croatia and Cambodia. Number 4, the fourth direction, increase of the quantity of demining technology. I would like to thank the partners for providing new machinery, which becomes more and more numerous. At the same time, we focus on localization of the development of Ukrainian manufacturing, Ukrainian production in the field. There is Ukrainian technology, as well as technology of foreign companies manufactured in Ukraine. It demonstrates excellent results, approximating us to the common objective. We call the partners to order from Ukrainian companies the new machines. It will be dual support for our economy and for our security. Also, we are open to all of the innovations which can be applied in the demining of Ukraine. There is a great space of the opportunity to test the newest technology. Accordingly, the fifth direction, increase of the number of certified operators of anti-landmine activity, including private ones. The government has simplified and unified and digitized the certification. Over 1 year, the number of operators increased 2 times, so we count on further positive trend. The government is ready to compensate the farmers 100% of the cost of the service of demining. This formates a competitive market and stimulates the operators to operate quickly and efficiently. Dear colleagues, dear friends, in order to fulfill this task and other tasks, we need support of all countries and support of all people of the goodwill. Each landmine, Ukrainian land, is a wound on the heart of Europe. The continent will be free and safe only when the entire Russian mine garbage will be detected and demined. Demining of Ukraine is investment into the future, contribution into our better common future. I would like to thank you once again. I would like to thank everybody who makes a contribution today and those who will make it the day after tomorrow. The day of tomorrow and after tomorrow. We are strong with our solidarity. We shall win or prevail over the enemy. We shall demine, clean up our territory and rebuild Ukraine for development and prosperity in the 21st century. I would like to thank all of you who are on today's forum. I'm convinced that the results will be absolutely wonderful, and we shall go into the next year of our joint fight for our victory, for cleanup of Ukraine from Russian landmines and shells, and we shall receive the result that each of us expects, our victory and cleanup of Ukrainian land. Thank you, glory to Ukraine, and I wish you a fruitful work. I would like to thank the Prime Minister, dear guests, Masashi Nakagome, Ambassador Plenipotentiary and Extraordinary of Japan to Ukraine,
His Excellency Prime Minister Shmyhal, Her Excellency First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy, Ms. Svyrydenko, UN Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator, Mr. Shmyhal, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted and honored to participate in today's Demine Ukraine Forum 2024, which brings together a wide range of stakeholders from the government, private sector, and international partners. At the outset, I would like to commend all deminers and sappers who are tirelessly and heroically cleaning Ukrainian land. Taking this opportunity, I would also like to pay tribute to all those who lost their lives in action, trying to make the land of Ukraine safe for all of us. Clearing landmines and explosives is the phase 0 of recovery and reconstruction process of Ukraine, and so we must act urgently. The government of Japan supports the goal set by the Ukrainian government to release and return 80% of potentially contaminated land to productive use over the next 10 years. This is an ambitious but achievable goal and must be supported by the international community. Against this backdrop, I am encouraged to see significant progress being made over the course of 1 year since the first Demine Ukraine Forum in September last year, including significant reduction of potentially contaminated land from 174,000 square meters to 139.969 square meters. I would like to commend the efforts of the government of Ukraine on this point. Japan has contributed $70 million for supporting Ukraine to accelerate humanitarian demining efforts and is now steadily implementing multiple projects which represent 3 approaches. 1, transfer of equipment, machinery, and vehicles. 2, provision of capacity building training programs. And 3, promotion of localization of various equipment, machinery, and vehicles. Apart from contributing to Made in Ukraine by providing Isuzu trucks assembled at the factory of Cherkawa bus, sorry, my pronunciation is not good, but Cherkasy Bus Company, we are trying to develop another example of the repair and maintenance of demining machines by Ukrainian manufacturing companies. I would also like to underline Japan's approach to connect with the global South countries by bridging and introducing the experience of Cambodia to Ukraine in terms of mine detection and mechanical demining. Taking on the successful Ukrainian Mine Action Conference in Lausanne last October, Japan will host the Ukraine Mine Action Conference next year. I am very much looking forward to welcoming all of you in Japan next year to further mobilize support and new ideas for accelerating demining work in Ukraine, as well as in the world. I would like to conclude my remarks by reiterating Japan's strong commitment to demining in Ukraine. Japan will stand with Ukraine until the last mine is cleared. Everyone here is united in purpose. Let's work together to clear the path to a safer future world for Ukraine without landmines. Thank you very much.
Пані та панове, зустрічайте.
Ladies and gentlemen, please meet Matthias Shmyhal, coordinator of the UN system and humanitarian coordinator in Ukraine.
Пані та панове, поки ми чекаємо на Матіаса Шмали, зустрічайте.
We are waiting for Matthias Shmyhal. Please meet Bridget Brink, Ambassador Svyrydenko and Plenipotentiary of the United States to Ukraine.
It's really great to see all of you here. I want to say a thanks to the Prime Minister and also to the First Deputy Prime Minister for all the efforts in this really important collective effort to help demine Ukraine. Also, my colleagues here, including Japanese ambassador and others, we're really proud as the United States to be supportive of Ukraine in this effort. I think that, as we heard from the Prime Minister, a huge area of territory is unfortunately been mined by Russia in its brutal attempt to subjugate and invade a sovereign country. This territory is so large, I understand it's about a third of the country, and it's going to take decades to demine it. This is, of course, a huge danger to Ukraine's economy, a huge threat to the economy, which is also important to Ukraine's survival, but it's also such a humanitarian threat to the people of the country and the children of the country. So it's our real great pleasure as the United States to be a part of this collective effort to demine and make safe these important areas, these important fertile areas for Ukraine's farmers, but also for the people of Ukraine. I think this moment, this event comes at a very important moment when the national strategy has just been approved, and also Secretary Blinken, on behalf of the United States, has just announced $102 million in demining efforts. And that brings our total to some 300 million. This is our largest demining effort around the world, and I'm really proud that we're a part of it. I want to say a thank you to all of the parts of the Ukrainian government who work on demining. This includes the State Special Services and many others, the Ministry of Defense and other services. I know and have heard of the bravery and the sacrifice, including people who have given the ultimate sacrifice in order to do this really important work. And I think their efforts deserve incredible recognition and support, just as the heroes on the front lines. This is saving the economy and the people and the lifeblood of the country. And I think it's quiet work sometimes, not so recognized work, but incredibly important work. And I just want to say that as this is going to be a long-term effort, I think, as the strategy points out, and we as the United States are going to stand with Ukraine in order to help demine these areas of the country. And over the course of time, I'm confident that we will be successful together with partners, both in Ukraine, but also in the international community. We're very committed to this. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be at this event. Thanks to the government leadership, to Deputy Prime Minister Svyrydenko for leading this effort internally. Thank you.
Дякуємо нашим спікерам за вітання.
I would like to thank the speakers for the welcoming address. We remind of the importance of observing the rule of the information silence. Please don't publish any videos or photos before official completion of the forum. Please remember that this is our security. Dear guests, please meet Yuliia Svyrydenko, the first Vice Prime Minister and the Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Good morning. I know that all those introductory speeches are sometimes tiring. As we have this event on the 2nd of December, it's a good timing to strike a balance and to put the tasks for the next year and to request for help. Also our partners, that we can more efficiently implement the aims and objectives that we have. In order to understand the importance of our joint efforts, it's necessary to have a look at the scale of challenges. A few times the numbers have been repeated, and all of you who have been involved in the demining activity know that quite well. 174,000 square kilometers of potentially contaminated land. This is a number which we operated in the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And indeed, this is more than 8 areas of Slovenia, which we have recently visited. And also together with you, the partners, experts and donors, the operators of demining activity, the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of Defense, you made actually we together made the huge step forward. And we have returned to the productive use 35,000 square kilometers of land. Therefore, I believe that this is quite a good result that you can be proud of. And the main objectives in the demining activities have been formed in the strategy, which was finally approved. We shall discuss it later. I believe that those numbers brightly illustrate the progress which you have made and which you have developed in the beginning of 2023 in the country. We had 0 heavy machinery for demining. And currently we have 151. Speaking of the number of operators of the demining activity, we used to have 6 of them and 1,500 sappers and 169 operators now, 4,000 sappers. Is it sufficient? Of course, we have more ambitious objectives, more ambitious plans, because we have a very measurable objective to return into the use 80% of potentially contaminated territory in the coming 10 years. on every event. I remember this article in WP that full demining of Ukraine will take 700 years. And we say we would like to return the potential 80% of the contaminated land within 10 years. In order to move forward to achieve this objective, this year, together with you, we took the strategy of the demining activity for the next 10 years and the plan of implementation of this strategy, which has three main objectives. First of all, protection of people and communities. Second is return of the land back to use and strengthening of the management of the system of demining activity. Each of the paragraphs has a number of tools and the steps in the operational plan. We shall start with technical capacity. This year, we have worked in several directions. The first one is very clear and natural localization of the production of the machinery for demining, heavy machinery for demining activity. And it's good that we can be proud with docking from Croatia are localizing the machinery here. The level of localization is partially good for me, I will say carefully, and yet there is a potential to grow. Docking also opened the office in Ukraine, which demonstrates the seriousness of their intention that they are ready to deepen this localization. The second thing I'm proud about is that Ukraine nowadays has its own developments of machinery for humanitarian demining, not just the developments, but there is first Ukrainian machine certified for humanitarian demining. For Ukrainian producers to build more machines at home, we have few programs to support. One of the new programs which was approved this year is a compensation of 50% of the cost of purchasing domestic technology and equipment. I would like to draw your attention to this. This is a new program. And the second thing is that we implement the principle of support Ukraine with Ukrainian goods, and we cooperate with partners on that. This is both about humanitarian demining, and also this is about the military matters. The military, we would like to focus on our partners that we regretfully are the place and the site where they test new technology. Nevertheless, in the future, it will be a strong export position supporting Ukrainian producer today of the machineries of humanitarian demining. 40% of the cost of such machinery returns back to the state budget as taxes and duties. Of course, we're interested that you help Ukraine with Ukrainian equipment. Out of important thing is that we have approved the procedure of certification
of the mechanized machines, the machinery and the components. Docking first machine already has gone through certification by the new standard. We also unified the operator certification. As you remember, there were in 2022 the different ways of certification. As of today, it is transparent, understandable, and unified. We saw that the number of operators increased twice from the last decisions made by the government. Is the possibility to certify the operator of demining through DIA portal. The document was approved last week by the Cabinet of Ministers, and this possibility will be available from the beginning of the next year. From the innovations of demining, we actually saw that it is a very important component of demining activity, and we will ask our partners to emphasize their attention into this direction, because the result of hackathon running for demining and testing drones for the targets was appearance of Ukrainian prototypes for demining activities. We would like to have more efforts directed there. We see a direct need of businesses to have grants from the state for innovations. And I would like our partners for some ways to interact. We have engineers, we have ideas, and testing these technologies. I will return to this. There was also a point about using AI in demining. It's a very important thing because it allows us in the right way to prioritize our efforts and to distribute our resources in the right way. When we see Kharkiv and Kharkiv region as a pilot, we saw some areas where more than 7,000 pupils and 60 teachers that are in direct risks of UXOs. It actually helps us to build in the right way our work and prioritize our tasks that DSTT has and SES has the function of the state. As you remember, we had an ambitious plan to launch the demining market in Ukraine. We already have some results. Some first tenders were done in Prozoro system. You know the system well. 31 auctions have been done. From the important thing was that the competition was there, and by 17% the price dropped. There were 190 submissions from agrarian operators, and we see that there is a need for this, and in the future it is important for the state to compensate for that, and then the operators will also submit for these tenders. There's also component of strategy of human capital, introduction of civil profession deminer. The employment office provides vouchers for training sappers. That's whoever is interested in this to get the voucher and to go through the training in one of the centers in Ukraine that you can actually choose and go through this training. As you see, from the beginning of the year, we have more people who would like to be involved in this, and we will continue this program for the next year. And the training of the veterans who would like to work in the demining, I would like to bring your attention to this because many veterans would like to work in demining in their civil lives. I would like to thank our partners, and that's 69 countries and organizations that work in the sectoral working group. The total commitment and that was said during the sitting of the working group was $1 billion, and Italy gives 1.5 million euros for UNDP to support the humanitarian demining. That's one of the moments that to illustrate that you support the humanitarian demining and support the country in this direction. Why it is important to work in the humanitarian demining now, when the war is still ongoing. We understand that the risk zone for people, if we don't demine, it will be at least 9,000 Ukrainians. We spoke to our partners, and we emphasized that the zone of risk will be those people who are not born yet. And if we don't do anything, this number will increase, because we unfortunately see a lot of lethal cases every week. This demining is also connected with food security. Ukraine, before full-scale invasion, was a food basket for 400 million people in the world. We understand that as soon as our ports were blocked, our fields were mined and contaminated, it actually brought the prices up on very market. We understand that food security is very important on Ukraine. From the plans for 2025, we will continue work in the demining activities. In our budget, we have demining funds. Speaking about deminer for training, for sure, we will have that as well. I would like to bring your attention to our veterans who would like to be employed at your companies, and for sure we will need efforts and support from our international partners, so as we can comprehensively not only train but also employ the people who would like to join this sphere, and also grant for innovators of humanitarian demining. This is something we are working at. We would like to support the scientists, those people who have prototypes or ideas in humanitarian demining, and in such a way facilitate so as we can you can scale up your production, and we can find new approaches and technologies in humanitarian demining. Because if we just take a standard way, it looks quite ambitious if we say that it will take 10 years to return 80% of the land. So we have to think out of the box. A good example is drones with sensors that were tested during innovation hackathons. I would like to thank you all again for devoting your time, your attention to the mining activity. And I would like to emphasize once again that it is so big and ambitious task for us that it will take not only efforts of the government of Ukraine, but I'm also pleased that the number of our partners in our second demining forum has increased. I am thankful to UNDP, the governments of the Netherlands, France, PUMB, Kyivstar companies. Thank you for other companies, and I would like to thank you all for what you are doing. Thank you. Thank you, Vice President, Vice Prime Minister. We remind that Demine Ukraine Forum today, the partners of today is the program of development of Ukraine, UNDP, Bank PUMB, Kyivstar, Uklon, Star Media, Starlight Media, AAP, Ukrainian Business Association, and we also would like to bring your attention to the exhibition of demining equipment, which takes place outside the parking lot of our location. There you will see possibility to see the equipment which works in the fields. You will understand more about the innovations that actually help to renew the territories. We also would like to bring your attention, in case of air raid alert, we will have to suspend our event, and you will need to proceed into the parking lot as a shelter. It's on the right from the registration zone. Also, please adhere to information silence rule. Do not publish photos or videos before our forum is finished. Remember, it is our safety. Here, we would like to have the moderator to speak, and we are announcing the first panel, Strategic Approach to Mine Action, Achievements and Challenges. Ukraine now is the most contaminated by mines country in the world. It's a big challenge to demining and fast demining. After the occupation, the government gave the program of supporting demining actions. In Ukraine, we have remotely worked systems for demining. Drones are used for scanning the different UXOs and mines. AI analyzes aero and satellite imagery to find the mines. These technologies are used for the first time. This is all for safety and security of Ukrainians and millions of the people all over the world, because grain that was collected in the regions of Ukraine, it's the bread for winter of the countries of the global south. Every meter of the safe fields is the possibility of Ukrainians to live on their native land. We are welcoming Alexander Terin, the moderator, veteran of Ukrainian-Russian war, the host of Vidvalnik, or all-inclusive TV shows. Hello, everyone. We saw a very inspiring video. I hope that the next panel will also give us more inspirational efforts, and we hope, as the Vice President said, these 700 years will be shortened to 10 years. I would like to invite people that are very who are very key. Manir Mumizadat, the Yakas Yuliia, the UNDP representative in Ukraine, Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs Ramada Piaty, and Igor Beskaroviny, the Vice Minister of we are welcoming you. So, first of all, I would like to start with the people who were the last to appear on the stage. There are some questions that only you can answer. So, were we able to build a system of demining activities in Ukraine, and is it possible to unite the stakeholders' efforts in this sphere? I believe this question is for me. Okay, let me answer in such a way that the best is the enemy of good. Is our system in Ukraine the best? Does it do the best? Probably not, but we saw the results in the screen, the figure of 35,000 returned land. That's a big number. There are a lot of things to improve. But in fact, yes, the system is there, the system works, and I think the success of what we have, of these figures, first of all, it is that people who work in this sphere, they really care. If we look into the authorities, what has to be done within their way of doing, probably we wouldn't have reached such figures, but the main stakeholders, the key people that are engaged in demining action in Ukraine, they are inspired. They believe what they are doing. They understand that it's not just a routine work from 9 to 5, but it has big senses both to Ukraine and all over the world. I believe it's a token of the success of the figures that we have in this screen. In this answer, in this response, it is part of positive. On the other part, it is a point of growth, because quality systems cannot be held on personalities, and these personal super efforts have to be transformed into the system. When the result doesn't depend on personalities, then we can say, yes, there is a Ukrainian system, it works, and we have done it as quality one. Thank you. Bogdan, how Minister of Internal Affairs is engaged into these relationships with stakeholders, and what is done about it? Dear esteemed guest, dear diplomats, entrepreneurs, scientists, representatives of civil society, I would like, thank you for the floor given. I would like to improve that. For 3 years, the capacity of Ministry of Internal Affairs in the demining actions has been increased, and I also would like to streamline some directions what we are going to work in 2025. For Ministry of Internal Affairs, the question of demining is one of the most important, because it is about safety and security of our people and global security as well. For these 3 years, we were able to increase efficiency of our units on demining. We increased methodology, innovation efforts, technological efforts in different processes. I would like to say that we learned the best practices in international demining. We continue working at it and introduce into our work with thanks to international coalition of humanitarian demining, which covers more than 60 countries and international organizations. We were able to improve our material and technical base and provide safety and security for our sappers. In the beginning of the full-scale invasion in the system of MIA, we had 900 sappers. Now we have 2,500 sappers. Safety of sapper is a priority for us, and due to the help of our international partners, we have a possibility to provide them with even better protection equipment. For example, in the system of MIA, we already have 61 machine for demining that allows us to demine the territories more efficiently and to protect our sappers from UXOs. The second thing we did, we increased our institutional level. We founded the Office of Demining as a coordinating authority that plans, coordinates, and provides information awareness plans. It also certified the operators of demining and also works with international partners. The third thing that thanks to the coordinator from the government and Yuliia Anatolievna, the first vice prime minister, we were able to improve our work, and it is interconnected, because really no authority can efficiently demine this big area that we have in front of us. And that's why by our joint work between the demining operators, we are able to do so. I would like to state that last month we were in Lausanne, Switzerland, an international demining conference, and we spoke about change of paradigms and approaches partner-donor to partner-partner model. We are already working with our international partners in the paradigm partner-partner. Our unique experience already allows us to share with our partners from the civilized world, and we share our experience on demining activities, on our technology. We are open for further testing of new innovations and machinery in our country. I would like to say the victory of Ukraine is success of civilized world. It is victory of democracy and saving the international world order based on the principles of international law. We have plans for 2025 as ambitious ones. For these 3 years, we accumulated and increased, improved our technical and human resources capacities. In autumn of 2025, we are ready to use all these capacities to do demining activities more efficient. We would like, Bogdan, we will get to 2025, and now let's get to other questions. There will be also another question on 2025. You already mentioned about the international partners. I know that in summer there was a strategy adopted on demining action in Ukraine, in Europe. I would like to ask Mr. Munir whether international organizations, namely UNDP, were part of this strategy, or probably Jaakko.
Also to everybody for being here. It's really a great privilege to participate in this event. Let me first of all start by saying what a privilege it is also to work with various stakeholders throughout Ukraine, including the Minister of Economy and Minister of Interior Affairs and the national agencies involved in mine action. Unfortunately, and it's a reality, Ukraine is becoming an example for the rest of the world in terms of both innovation, in terms of opportunities, and in terms of what needs to be done to also clear mines and be very effective in promoting mine clearing activities and events. The fact that 35,000 square kilometers were able to be cleared in such a short amount of time is a record, I think, across the world. It's an example for the rest of the world of what can be done when both partners work together and technologies are used. I think it's also a good example that from where we're sitting, at least as the United Nations Development Programme, that it is really a partner-partner, not a partner-donor engagement, where we learn from Ukraine and we also contribute other lessons that have been learned across the world in terms of how mine action efforts can really be very effective. Let me maybe just mention from our experience in UNDP of 6 areas that we think are really important also for strategic investments and how to move the agenda already forward, which, as I mentioned, is already very, very effective and very comprehensive within Ukraine. The first is really human-centered approaches, and I think what we feel and that we see across the world where mine action efforts have been effective, it's not about the technology, it's not about the clearing of mines, it's really about putting the human at the center of the efforts. And how that can be done is really to ensure that people with disabilities, survivors, and those that have been affected directly by mine action events need to be engaged and also need to participate in the clearance events. The second is also inclusive economic opportunities. We are currently working with the Minister of Economy and the Halo Trust in employing people that have been victims of unexploded ordnance or unexploded ordinances or mine-affected events, to employ them back into economic opportunities and livelihoods. They often work within Halo Trust in the mine action area using technology and drones and other areas that they can also contribute back towards the effective areas. The third is really to use innovative rehabilitation models. We see through various events that the government and other national partners have also done through the Rehabilitation Center or the Bodella, where they are really taking care of specialized events and interventions for those affected by mines, is an interesting area and a very promising area to invest. And the second is also to have universal design schools, for instance, where buildings and the reconstruction efforts in Ukraine can also take care of people with disabilities and those that are directly affected by mine events. The fourth is just in terms of technological advancements. We see more and more that UAVs and AI-driven systems can have a massive impact on the clearance of mines, and this is also already being used in Ukraine very effectively. Fifth is just really, and I think that's maybe what we will hear from Munir as well, is enhanced public awareness. So to expand also risk education opportunities, we do things like interactive theater performance and Demining Ukraine communication efforts campaign that we're doing with the BBC is really to make people aware of the dangers. And lastly, I think is also what we call partnership for resilience. And this is really effective coordination, which has significantly increased in Ukraine, where both national actors, together with civil society, together with international actors, can come together and really effectively address some of these areas. And in many ways, Ukraine is already a model example of those 6 lessons that we've learned, but also further enhancement in these areas will significantly increase the success of the interventions.
Дякую, пане Ігор. Да, я б хотів би насправді додати.
Thank you. I actually spoke about UNDP, but I didn't speak about the strategy. Whatever UNDP does, it is maximally unites what is done actually on the demining action, and it was how we came up with the document. We wanted to have this document and make everybody to adhere to it. We wanted to actually get all the stakeholders, government, non-government, international ones, and put that everything into one document to have it more harmonious, and at that moment be included into execution of it. I believe that it is that very success we were able to reach after the strategy was adopted. We developed the plan for the first 3 years, and I've always said about this, the strategy is good, but the strategy that was achieved is much better. Without the plan of achieving is much better, so there will be a 10-year strategy. After 3 years it will be reviewed. Actually all the activities that Jaakko spoke about and UNDP does on demining activity, they are reflected there this or that way. So the strategy was developed together as both our internal ministries, agencies, and our partners that supported us financially and other efforts, because if you bring 60 operators together, the organization efforts are needed. You need to register all the thoughts, ideas about it, and then to cram it into 3 pages. So we work together, and the success will be shared by all of us. It will be so. I heard about people with disabilities, and the veterans will be engaged. Now we speak about the people that had to leave the military will be able to work in this area. So in case you would like me to help you out lightly, I can do that as well. I see that Ministry of Internal Affairs, Minister of Economy, UNDP work together in this. So I would like you just several sentences what your ministry does. So Ministry of Economy doesn't demine. We don't work in the fields. It would be weird if we did. Our task is actually to be focused at the monument, at this document, register all the actions, all our partners, stakeholders do, so as to register, fixate it, so as we don't lose it, that we have to do that all over again. We have a lot of active partners, and our task is to coordinate, gather information, and share this information just to know that, hey, this problem is already covered, or these people, this organization work at this, and we need to focus at that problem, for example. So you're a processor of this activity, right? Bogdan? Thank you. In MIA, we have clear tasks of the strategy. So as of today, the subject of demining activity coordinate their activities along with the strategy of demining activity according to its operational plan. Also, the minister defined for our units the priorities that coincide with the priorities in the strategy. That's why, for all of us, the most important priority for MIA and for entrepreneurial activities to create register for mined and probably mined areas. It will allow us to prioritize the lands for demining activities. The next priority, according to the strategy, is engagement of innovation technologies for demining. For example, in the system of SES, we test drones with a magnetic detector that allow us to find UXOs. We test it, and we also referred ourselves to the Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, so as to improve the methods of demining with the help of AI, drones with different equipment, using different robotized systems, and improving and making more modern technologies that exist now. The third one is scaling up of Ukrainian manufacturing of equipment and machinery, and also creating hubs for maintenance of machinery. In SES, we already have the hub that is able to repair and maintain the machines for mechanized demining. We also collaborate with our Ukrainian manufacturers and enterprises, where we order the machinery, we buy from them, and also maintain. Very briefly about the priorities for the next year, that's increasing the base for underwater demining. We know that the training of NATO was in the Black Sea. There were some mines detected near the shores of Bulgaria, so that's a global safety and security, and it affects the delivery of the grain to other countries from Ukraine. So we would like to engage our partners, the UN, the Embassy of French Republic, to work in underwater demining. That's why we work on underwater demining. So that's great. So you have the separate world. You create and get the partners, but not for ourselves, not on our own, but with all the subjects of demining activities. The question to you, Mr.
How did the quality improve of the interaction of your institutions with Ukraine?
very happy to see education being prioritized as a part of the humanitarian demining action. And I would like to also confirm that humanitarian demining area is one of the best sectors that brings all stakeholders together. So when we talk about individual agencies or partners or donors, there is no separate program. So all what we do is actually support the efforts of the government and Ministry of Economy as a lead agency. But of course, from the perspective or the mandate of my organization, we clear that demining is about saving and rebuilding lives, but at the same time we know how critical it is to invest in education as well, and making sure that new generation is aware of the risks associated with mines, and also that we couple demining related initiatives with educational support. And this is where I wanted to also acknowledge and thank Minister of Economy, because there's a dedicated working group that is focusing on education that we are co-leading together with the Minister of Economy, but also we partner with Minister of Education and SESU, State Emergency Services, to make sure that children and their families and communities are aware of the risks. You know that children are always very much into discovering new things, and they might have risky behavior, especially adolescent boys. So informing them about the risks associated with unexplosive devices is equally critical. But also coupling again demining interventions with education, but also more specifically looking at child rehabilitation is something that UNICEF is prioritizing. I think this is a very specialized and unique area that nobody else is engaged, but our role is to, through case management and bringing all the stakeholders together, support children that were injured or gone through trauma, because we understand that even if war ends tomorrow, we yet for the generations to come will be facing issues around mine risks, but also a very high toll of mental health on children and others. But then maybe finally just to highlight that we as UNICEF engage a lot in rehabilitation of social infrastructure, many other partners as well. And it is very critical that we made sure and integrated demining as part of the enabler for us to rehabilitate any social infrastructure, meaning education, health, or social protection kind of infrastructure, especially close to the front line. And this is being done with support of Germany. So I'm encouraging all donors and partners to make sure that before we engage in community or we invest in any rehabilitation of facilities, we start by assessing the areas, because what we have learned from our experience in Bucha, for example, in the area where we were asked to rehabilitate a social facility, we actually, thanks to that requirement, ended up discovering that territory was mine, and then we paused our intervention. So this is what my key message, to not to forget about the importance of education, but also making sure that demining becomes a precondition for any investments in the country. Thank you.
Дуже вам дякую. Це дійсно важливо, щоб діти та незахищена категорія населення.
This is indeed important that the children, and which is a vulnerable category, which is has no education, will have the education and will understand what the danger is about. We still have a few minutes. I would like to start the question with Mr. Yako and also to say a few words in the end. What are the necessary main steps to enhance the efficiency of humanitarian demining in Ukraine, to your mind?
I think one of the clear areas that have already been mentioned and is clear also from the work of both national partners and those involved in the implementation of mine action activities is really the scale-up of innovation and technology. I think we have had a number of dates and time frames that it will require for Ukraine to demine the areas, the massive areas that have been contaminated. I think anywhere from 100 years, I've heard, in terms of numbers, but that can be significantly reduced to 10 years or to a decade if technologies and innovations are really fully utilized. And I see that already happening throughout Ukraine with especially the national government partners and all the national authorities in terms of how they're also promoting new and innovative ways. And the traditional demining efforts also is not just the only ones that are being used. I think the second is really also in terms of coordination, which was mentioned by Ihor. It's great to see a national strategy and a national plan that is clear, that people can commit to, and that had the voices of people involved from those affected by mining accidents and investments as well. I think one of the last areas that I maybe want to mention is also something that we've mentioned before, is empowerment and also inclusivity. Especially in terms of economic recovery areas. From UNDP perspective, we really see that it's very important to utilize the demined areas, whether it is for economic recovery, whether it is for agricultural production, and the areas that needs to be promoted. And these are really areas that shows that inclusive demining efforts need to be considered, that not only focus on demining, but also on recovery efforts that includes the human-centered approach that I mentioned in the beginning, but also looks at economic recovery and inclusive recovery moving forward.
Чудово. Дякую вам, пане Монір. Якщо є що вам додати.
Thank you, Mr. Munir.
When we talk about human-centered approach, my plea to the audience and to the partners not to forget about age sensitivity in everything what we do, but also, as I've mentioned, this subject will remain top priority for years to come with all the displacement and population returning to their communities. So how we bring our efforts together, but also link some other existing reforms. As was mentioned, we're talking about inclusion, we're talking about persons with disabilities, we're talking about mental health, economic kind of recovery, and many other elements. So it is not only about how to bring all stakeholders dealing with demining together, but it is also making sure that there is a horizontal coordination between demining efforts and many other reforms that are happening right now in the country. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Богдан.
Дякую. Міністерство внутрішніх справ може підвищити якість і динаміку.
The Ministry of Home Affairs by improve quality and the pace of humanitarian demining. For that we need three components. First, keeping the international support of our international colleagues in the field of humanitarian demining. This looks to be okay. And also implementation of innovative technology, as we say. And number three is scaling up of domestic production, local production. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yet, actually, there is no country which would do humanitarian demining under such conditions as now our sappers are doing, under the conditions under shelling, continuous shelling, bombardments from the drones, artillery, missile shelling. Our sappers are the titans who do very important work and achieve important results in the extremely dangerous conditions. Actually, we need to remember this. And we need to keep this, and we need to make sure that they may continue to effectively do their work. Number two, I would like to mention again that the big diplomatic work was done by our diplomats, led by the President of Ukraine. 27 security agreements were signed. Each of them has a chapter of humanitarian demining, which makes it possible on the institutional level to predict the prospects of our cooperation and support from our partners in the field of humanitarian demining. Finally, I will say that the next conference will take place in Japan, which is a high-tech country with a large scientific potential in the global economy. Therefore, we hope that for the next International Conference for Humanitarian Demining, we shall represent both results of demining, the areas of our territory, and also new innovative solutions, which indeed will enable us to demine our territory not for 100 years as it was discussed today, but actually it was provided for by the strategy of humanitarian demining until 2030. 80% of the land must be returned back to the productive use. I hope we all have the hope that this will indeed happen. Therefore, we wish you success on this conference. Ihor, a few words from the Ministry of Economy. We all who are on this panel are continuously working on the matters as the colleagues have discussed before. I have nothing to add on the merit, and yet I would like not to lose the pace that we currently have, and also to scale up, because we are trying lots of new things. Sometimes we fail, and then we recognize it was a mistake, and we don't return back to that exercise. And if it is successful, there we need to grow, to do more, and to do faster. And yet, generally, it's important that we don't lose the pace that we have today. However, naturally, this will happen. The closer we come to the front line, the more difficult it becomes, both from the point of cleanup of territory and land, also from the point of recultivation of the land, recovery of the territories, working with the population, because people who live in the area of armed hostilities have a different perception of risk. And all of these components of demining activities in the territories, which are the active area of active armed hostilities, which last from 2022, it will be much more difficult. Therefore, we need to understand that. We need to realize it. We need to be mindful of it, and unless we don't lose the space and we turn the personalities into the institutions, we shall be a success. I hope this will happen indeed. Summarizing, I would like to say that, as I know, there will be quite many conferences, innovative discussions, technology discussions. What will be in 2025 in the field of demining activity of Ukraine? Indeed, if you share your opinion, because this is also important and interesting for people to know what awaits us in the coming future. I will start with the words that fool people get enriched in their minds. Stupid people get enriched in their minds, as they say, a Ukrainian joke. It's not a secret, yet when we speak of the operators of demining activity, there are 69. Quite many companies which are the operators and have the status, and they operate very little in the field, very little. Our job is that the vast majority works in the field, to provide, to find the instruments of support which will allow to pay for the work of such companies, because there is enough work for everyone. We have a lot of work, a lot of companies, and yet there is a gap between them, which is a payment for their work. Ukrainian equipment, yes, they began to produce. Now the task is to scale up, and the task is that the operators who work in the field, whom shall we upload with work, will use Ukrainian technology. Because this is not about, this is about common sense and fast recovery. The more technology is produced by Ukrainian companies, the stronger is the economy, and the more technology is bought by Ukrainian operators, the more those companies and manufacturers will have the workload, and the more resources we have to work in the field, the more operators will be involved in the field, the more technology will they need. This is a cycle. We need to lock. We now have few elements of it, and we have rebuilt them, and yet we need to add fuel to that engine. Is it hard to become the operator who could cooperate with you? It's hard to become the operator, but this is the way it must be. The process of receiving the certificates of the operator of demining activity must be complex yet clear. Yet this is the main task that we are trying to solve, that we preserve that balance between complexity and understandability. Whether it is complex or ununderstandable, those are two different categories. The operator must have technology, equipment, skilled people. People need to be trained how to use it. They need to prove that they can go to the field and start working. It's a dangerous sphere. On the other hand, If to do in line with standard operational procedures, this is just normal work, there is nothing dangerous. If not to make stupid things, it will be okay. It's hard to become the operator, and yet it's not fully clear how, but we are working on it. Bogdan, now we come to the year 2025. I discussed a lot about 2025 and our plans. I would like ourselves to remember that the problem of mining of Ukraine's territory is a problem which goes beyond the framework of our territory. This affects the food security, economic security, environmental and global security worldwide. I would like to say that if we cannot exclude that in the future there can be armed conflicts. Regretfully, our experience in the process of humanitarian demining can be useful for other countries, and indeed our country will be a reliable partner which will be able to help in the process of demining also to other countries if there is such a need. Therefore, we must be unified, we must operate in a coordinated manner. We must keep our international coalition for humanitarian demining and only expand it and strengthen it. Regretfully, Ukraine becomes the field for trials, and thanks to that, we can share experiences and involve international partners.
Presented findings of the assessment that we conducted to see how our education, whether our educational materials were effective or not. We did it with support of the European Union, and together with the Minister of Interior and Minister of Economy presented that more than 90% of the materials that were actually provided were successful in terms of communicating what are the risks and challenges to children. So what we need is for next year to go at scale and actually make sure that it becomes part of the official also school curricula through Ministry of Education and Science, so that we have already all materials available, we have evidence that it works, so it's time to scale it up to make it nationwide program. So this is something that we will encourage the state to consider. Thank you.
Дякую. Пане Яко.
Maybe just from our side, I mean, it was good that was mentioned previously how to do the coordination as well between approvals of new processes and how to ensure that they are technically sound and very qualified. I think this will have to be scaled up and quickly done in a way that also makes the momentum and continues the momentum. The second part maybe that we didn't raise is also the cost of the demining efforts, which I think is obviously a big challenge for Ukraine. We know the figure of $36 billion have been mentioned in terms of the cost, and I think what is required and what we're also trying to do as UNDP together with many of the national partners, including the Minister of Economy, is to find innovative financing mechanisms to ensure that the financing and funding of these the initiatives really can be done through different funding sources. So we have launched output-based bonds that looks at organic farming and agricultural processes that can be done on lands that have been mined, together with public-private partnerships where the land can be released and actually, for instance, people who want to invest in solar farming can invest in the demining effort, but also then benefit from the released land and then generate income for them. So there's a lot of new innovative mechanisms to look at funding and financing some of the huge costs that will be associated with the demining effort, and we also hope to roll that out in 2025 to showcase some examples of what can be done and how different forms of financing and funding can be used for the demining efforts in Ukraine.
Дякую вам. Як ви могли побачити під час...
Thank you very much indeed. As you have seen during the speech of the Minister Svyrydenko, First Vice Prime Minister Svyrydenko, how much was done by Ukraine and the international counterparts. I'm grateful to international counterparts that they get involved. I would like to call everyone who is not yet involved, please do it, because we need to roll out. I'm happy that quite many components have been involved as well to the demining activity in Ukraine. Quite many institutions and countries and even Ukrainians. We have discussed education. Also, we discussed children. This is very important that those groups of the population are not forgotten. People with disabilities as well. This is about a human-centered approach. In spite of the war, indeed, I am almost happy that this all is growing and this topic is gaining momentum and the number of partners is growing. And yet I will be happy when we will not discuss it because there won't be any need to. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to thank the speakers who have spoken today. With us, Igor Beskaravani was the Deputy Minister for Economy, Bogdan Repiati, Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Munir Mamadzadeh, Head of the Rep Office of UNICEF, and the Permanent Representative of UNDP to Ukraine. Thank you for your involvement. I would like to thank Bogdan and Igor for what they have been doing by cleaning up our territory from the terrible things which are still on it. There is still a lot of work ahead of us. Shall we clean up the country? I would like to thank the participants of the discussion. And today we have the honor to distinguish the people whose contribution into the demining activities especially significant. They daily are working to make the territory safe again. Also, they will receive the gifts from the partner. This is a match of the social project. We are of the same blood. The hoodies, T-shirts, bags, the money for sale will be spent for the tactical medicine, delivery of blood components to the hot sports equipment for paramedics and adaptive clothing for the injured people, and also with support of First Ukrainian International Bank. With that project, 140,000 lives have been rescued. Don't stay aside. Please participate in this important initiative. And please visit the stand of the bank, First Ukrainian International Bank, in the big room, and find out how you could help. I would like to remind the general partner of our forum, UNDP, the title partner First Ukrainian International, the partners Kyivstar and Uklon, information partner Starlight Media, ACC, and EBA. Together we create a future where Ukrainian land will be safe for life. To receive the award, I invite to the stage the Deputy Minister for Economy of Ukraine, Mr. Igor Beskarovany. In the demining activity, we are all together, different ministries and partners are trying the new things. Last year, we tried to make the event, and it became popular. And the second event of this kind, we have the growing number of partners, because last year it was really just on pure enthusiasm. And this year, we already have partners. I would like to thank them, especially Ukrainian businesses, Kyivstar, Uklon, Starlight Media, First Ukrainian International Bank, our international partners, UNDP, and the governments which support the UNDP. I hope this event will grow into something more large scale. As for the number of registrations, we have nearly 400 people in the room. We are growing gradually. I believe that in the future, the main site for discussions on demining will be in Ukraine. Therefore, I hope this event will become annual and big, maybe international, when it's people will not be afraid to travel to Kiev. This year, we decided to try out another initiative. We would like to distinguish the people for their contribution into demining, the particular people who operate in the field. We shall not have a 3-hour Oscar ceremony. We shall do it quickly. And yet those people whom we believe necessary to acknowledge during this year. And I hope we can initiate a good tradition which will last. until we fully clean up the country. Shall we start? For the award, we invite to the stage Colonel Oleg Shuvarsky for diligent work in the field of formation and implementation of public policy in the field of demining activity and personal contribution into strategic development of the sector. For the award, we invite Sergei Reva for important contribution to development and implementation activities in the demining activities carried out by the State Service of Ukraine for emergency situations, which became an important step in efficient response to challenges related to the landmine threat. We invite to the stage Alexei Bodnarenko for active participation in the interaction with the entities of demining activity, in particular for support and uniting the activities of operators of demining activities focused on the release and security of our land. For the award to the stage, we invite Vadim Anosov for the initiative and professionalism and responsibility in the work for important contribution into development of domestic production of technology for demining, implementation of innovative and leading technology. Special thanks for the development of equipment which is focused on freeing our land from the residuals of the war. For the award, we invite Alyona Kutyurubenko and Yevgen Chernych for high professionalism, devotion to work, and high skill in carrying out their official duties, and also fast and prompt support to the victims, which made it possible to rescue the lives of heavily wounded persons as a result of explosion of the explosive items. I would like to acknowledge these people. There was an incident in Mykolaiv Oblast, and these people rescued the civilians who decided they know something about demining because they have worked next to them, and the operators of the demining activity won their bidding, worked on the area, and the locals decided to do something on their own whenever they were not supposed to. This is a special category of acknowledgement. I would like to thank you for what you are doing and for your professionalism. That's it. I promised it will be short. Therefore, shall we move forward?
For award, we have Jan Artyukov for direct contribution to the safety and security of Ukraine and realization of demining actions in Ukraine for perseverance and activities to create and test their own equipment for fast and good clearing of Ukrainian lands. I thought that that was the last nomination. Now I remember we had 5 nominations, but at the very last moment we had the 6th one. Sorry, Jan. When our commission was choosing the people for initiatives of perseverance and being stubborn in demining activities, you were the first to think about. Dear guests, it is time to speak about the results of humanitarian demining, about accomplishments, about the challenges. The director of the Center of Humanitarian Demining, Volodymyr Baida, will tell us. While he is ascending to the stage, be ready during the air alert to proceed to the shelter, which is on -1 floor on the right from the registration zone. And also, we would like to ask you to adhere to information silence. Do not publish photos or videos until the ending of the forum. Remember, it is our safety and security. Volodymyr, the floor is yours. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we already have the presentation. Dear esteemed guests, partners, colleagues, I would like to welcome you all and greet here in this forum that united people for whom peace and safety and security is not only the profession, but also calling. During the first one, there was announced the Center of Humanitarian Demining, and during this year, during the work of all of us and our mutual faith that there is nothing possible, this became possible. So our path is not only doing some technical tasks accomplished, but also to save lives, return peace and stability to and well-being of all the Ukrainians. With great honor to those people who contribute to this important effort, I would like to show the results of our activity, what we were able to do, and probably to tell what plans we have for the next year. Let me remind you that the Center of Humanitarian Demining started in May 2024. Unfortunately, we haven't had 1 year of work. We worked only for 6 months. We were quite active. The goal of creating the center was practical establishment of work in the sphere of humanitarian demining, which is very important in the affected areas. The authorities of the center, we have the participation in planning of demining activities, information management, functioning of the system of quality development, introducing national standards and development of international collaboration in this sphere. I also would like to emphasize that here we also have the a committee that supervises the activity of the center. You know that the supervisory committee has the different representatives of the EU, diplomats, and different kind of sponsors. Getting to the conclusions of our activity, I would like to structure them in blocks that we worked. The first block that we worked was the legal and organizational direction, and we have reached the best results here this year because we were able to provide the center to gain legal capacities, first of all. If we speak about more concrete steps, you know that we took the most active part in initiating the changes to 84 decree, and with our participation we also got the compensation for 100% for unmined lands. There was a cancelled limitation for agrarians with a tax arrears. We also gave the compensation for NTA, then also some persons were banned from taking part in these tenders. I also would like to give the example of Kharkiv Oblast administration, because now it is the most difficult one, the most challenging one, and at this center there is a representation office that works there already. And next year, there will be the affiliate in this oblast of 20 people, and there will be more practical capacities, not only theoretical work with agrarians, with other people. The center also worked in the demining activities. As the secretary, we as the center also work at the standards in this sphere. We signed many memoranda on interaction with the partners, with state cadastre, with the banks and other stakeholders. As you know, agrarians have the system of escrow settlement account is sent there until the operator of demining activity proves that the lands are free. We also spoke with the colleagues today that in the market of demining we already have many certified operators with high potential and proper capacities, but without proper experience. As you know, all our tenders and purchases, procurements are connected with all this, and we got to the conclusion that starting from the next procurements, the areas less than 50 hectares will not have to go through that limitation of 50 hectares. So you will be able to take part of it if we see that the dynamics is positive as it is now, and the area of these areas will be increased. We are open to dialogues. We can hear you. And together with Ministry of Economy, we've been able to do that, and this issue is solved. Another legal block is anti-corruption policy. The first steps have been done. It's about elaborating the internal regulatory base, the internal anti-corruption policy, about checking integrity of the candidates and employees. Also started consultations with USAID about certification of the center on preventing corruption. Why I'm speaking about this issue separately? Because this issue is the key one, speaking about the trust of the society to us and the international partners as well. The next big block is block of digitalization and innovations. We shouldn't speak about its importance. The steps we have done so far, we started the interaction with analytical platform of Palantir. It will allow the masses of data will be analyzed on priorities on demining activities, and not only about this. The center also, as the technical administrator, creates the unified register on different contaminated territories, and probably contaminated territories. It will unite, probably, if you don't know, all the existing sources of information about the contaminated and probable contaminated territories. There will be integration with ISMA for information that will be reflected in the register. The center also was active on website development. The center works for the next year. We are going to work at the cross-platform system that is going to administer all these things that I listed before, and the system will provide integration of all the platforms, instruments, with the help of these technical devices, robotic platforms, sensor networks, and available resource environment. Concerning the block of international collaboration, as you know, our employees already attended more than 40 different hackathons, exhibitions, workshops, and due to this work, we've already been able to reach the agreement with the governments of the UK and Switzerland about forming the volunteer prioritization system. We also collaborated with the UNDP to develop the capacity of the center and material and technical support. So besides the legal work with this, we will be able to do some practical things. We collaborate with the donors, government and non-government international organizations. Speaking about the economic bloc, I have here two parts. First of all, it is organizational part. First of all, it's tender documentation for the system of humanitarian demining. We also organized the tenders in system, and we represent the interests of agricultural manufacturers on procurement the services in the demining. I also would like to acknowledge the work of the ministry and that work in this area, so as to become these working hands so that can actually implement these ideas into life. So the next part of the economic block is the status of programs of compensation realization. As it was said, we have 195 submissions for the compensations for 30.6 thousand hectares, and we have 11 submissions for compensations for services for demining. We already had the auctions with 51 submissions, and we already had 40 auctions already. With the Deputy Minister, we already spoke with the operator what the price should be there. The most difficult part here was actually that it was nothing to compare with. So we chose the mathematical direct method, and it became the true one. More than that, from the expected price, and we were very cautious about it. We already have the overall economy of 15.4% of saving. In our opinion, it's quite a good result, and the most important thing that the calculation we had, they came true. Concerning it's about the figures, but I also would like to speak about some indirect things that cannot be put into figures, and in the future, gradually, probably they will be more important. The successful launch of the program showed the international and domestic communities that in Ukraine we already have the precise and transparent mechanisms of demining. We elaborated new rules and methodics, and we can actually address our international partners even in this forum to get additional financing, because now the needs of this sphere are based on the economically based calculations, not abstract ones. We call all the participants of the international community to form the long-lasting relations, and we would like to not have the pinpoint reaction, but more like a strategic work where we can unite these work together into the unified system with understandable connections between the elements. I hope that with this work for this year, we showed that we actually can work in this direction, and it is understandable for international community with KPI approach. During our work, we found some obstacles and unexpected things. Some operators actually said they were ready to work, but they had only a few employees. Also, agricultural farmers said that they are ready to get demining, but they were already used their lands, or when they found out that the escrow settlement accounts were used to send them money, and they cannot use it unless the demining operators do their job. So at least do not ruin what we have done was the first call to our work. We didn't ruin it, but with the compensation to the agrarians, we were able to unite in our work the Center of Demining Activities, State, Cadastre, MIA, Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Food, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and others. And it just became the new discovery in the market. Why this? I would like to thank our team because this team has done for these 6 months what we planned to do for a year, and I would like to thank you all. I'm proud of you. Why is it important? Because we were able to unite, and we actually got that synergy that we call the opening of the market of humanitarian demining. The year that has passed does not have only challenges, but accomplishments. All these figures that I and the colleagues have said, it's about saved lives. We have a lot of work in front of us, but confidence in our work, the support of the team gives us inspiration to move on. Thank you for your attention. I hope that together we can do more. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in 15 minutes, we are going to have concurrent sessions in the big hall about the technologies and innovations in demining, and in the small hall we will have people and communities providing safety and security. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important information. If you lost your watch, it is in the reception zone. Please check yourselves. And we are ready to continue. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the panel discussion, Technologies and Innovations in Demining. Innovations in Demining.
Особисто знаю, наскільки це складна робота, і повільна, і виснажлива. Саме тому я намагаюся її пришвидшити і зробити безпечніше.
Мінні поля і міни збільшуються в геометричній прогресії. Тому чим далі, тим більше територія забруднюється і тим більше челенджів постають перед нашою командою і всією Україною для розмінування.
Сапери по всьому світу використовують очі і металошукачі. Це основні засоби пошуку мін. Тому ми використовуємо традиційні сенсори, добре перевірені в часі, але використовуємо їх на дроні, що дозволяє зробити процес швидшим і безпечнішим. В Україні до 200 типів ґрунтів, і кожен з них дає різний сигнал. Тому нам потрібно спочатку завершити тестування у всіх можливих природних умовах і тільки тоді говорити про масове використання цієї технології.
Можна навчити демайнера користуватися системою для збору інформації. Цей процес може зайняти десь до тижня. А ось щодо обробки інформації, в першу чергу, це геофізика, а люди вчаться 6 років.
Що ми зробили зараз уже? Ми дослідили існуючі сенсори на ринку, вибрали найкращі серед них і поєднали їх в одну систему. Поверх цього побудували штучний інтелект, прикрутили все до карти і маємо зараз систему, яка за 1 годину може зібрати інформацію близько 1 гектара і потім ще за півгодини, за годину цю інформацію якісно опрацювати і нанести на карту.
Використання зараз повернуто біля 35 тисяч квадратних кілометрів, і це насправді об'єм деяких країн.
В першу чергу потрібні ресурси, тому що це обладнання, воно не дешеве. Стосовно всіх інноваційних технологій, можна сказати, що це часткові рішення, які потребують комплексування. Тоді це буде працювати ефективно і допомагати виявляти і розміновувати нашу країну.
We invite the moderator of the discussion panel, Ms. Valentina Sakno, the head of the Kyiv Economy School. Hello, colleagues, esteemed guests. You saw the impressive video with the results of our compatriots, of our teams about innovations. The innovations don't exist on their own. The innovations is part of the ecosystem. Ecosystems that includes the innovators, corporations, risk capital, state, and science. And now we have unique opportunity actually to invite here to this panel discussion the representatives of conventional ecosystem on humanitarian demining. I would like to invite Igor Fedirko, the counselor to the Minister on Strategical Issues, Sergei Revo, Director of Department on Events on SES demining activities, Colonel Alex Shovarsky, the head of demining activities, deputy head of the main demining activities of civil defense and of Ukraine, Naomi Konza, project manager of UNDP, Naomi. Vitaly Lopushansky, the founder of CEO Damage. Ilya Polshakov, director on Kyivstar New Developments, and Vitaly Yakolenko, co-founder of Invictus and Uklon companies. We have quite a wide panel. I hope that the discussion will be interesting. And I would like to speak about the existing strategies on innovation implementation. There are two directions. We can use the existing technologies or develop ours. Then I would like to emphasize on this. So, technologies, technological challenges and their adaptation. Colleagues, during 2 years, we actively are engaged in humanitarian demining, and Ukraine is receiving assistance. Could you tell me, can it be used, can everything be used as the need persists, or there is a necessity to create innovative solutions inside? Thank you for the question. Probably I will start. And first of all, I would like to say that in the innovations and using innovations in the state, I would emphasize on the three main segments. First of all, the challenge that the war gives us, we have to react fast and effectively. So if they say about innovations and their usage during demining activities and implementation of our work, first of all, I would like to speak about innovations that exist in the world, but Ukraine didn't have, innovations that have been in the world and there are in Ukraine, and innovations that haven't been in the world, but here in Ukraine are being invented and implemented. First of all, I would like to speak about the first chapter. As of beginning of the 2023, we haven't had any machine for demining. Now, only SES has 70, and altogether in Ukraine we have 150. These innovations that actually were in the world but haven't been in Ukraine. As of today, we just need to learn how to use them in the right way, to combine them with other mechanisms and other work concerning demining. And the next thing concerning SES, we efficiently and I believe successfully work at the project of satellite imagery. It's about comparison of the lands that were before the full-scale invasion and now, so as to exclude the territories. The next chapter is using AI, using drones, and the combination of all these segments really has to be implemented efficiently, and we have to implement them as fast as possible. Concerning the donor assistance, really, this is something that we had asked, something that we already have at our disposal, something that was given to us by our partners, is active, and we want to improve these technologies and adapt to our today's reality, because no country has encountered such contamination that we have in Ukraine now. So if we speak about the technology that hasn't worked in the world but will work in Ukraine, nobody will tell. What are the challenges about adaptation of technology? As of today, we have contamination, as I said, that we haven't seen anywhere in the world. And using modern methods of mining, non-standard minefields, trap mines. These are the things that we actually have to adapt using machines, drones, magnetometers, and a combination of all these ideas will help us. Dear colleagues, do you have something to add? Thank you, Valentina. Concerning the Ministry of Defense, as of today, the Ministry of Defense pays wide attention to this. First of all, it's about the command of drone systems was established. At the same time, sappers of MOD, sappers of special service of transportation encountered the possibility that for the enemy to use some modern mines that haven't been seen before, and it's quite a big challenge to us. So while implementing different technologies like drones and other machines, the MOD takes a comprehensive approach, that is training of the personnel, introduction of innovation technologies in everyday work of our sappers, using the machines for demining. As my colleague rightly said, in the beginning of 2023, we haven't had any machines. Now, only in MOD, we already have 52 machines of mechanized demining. But we have to understand that these machines, they are not combined harvesters. These are the ones that have to be used according to the national and international standards. Besides, there are a lot of innovative solutions on drones. Now, a question of excluding the land that do not have proofs of contamination on the basis of the satellite imagery is being considered. But we have to understand that these technologies have to be perfected as an analytical method. It's a very good and innovative strategy. But concerning the direct NTS, or demining, here we have the work of the sapper as the foremost important thing. And now the training of the personnel takes the first place as the priority, and the introduction of the technologies into the training of the personnel. Here I see that Igor and Yuliia would like to comment on this. Thank you. Hello. Concerning innovations that are being used in demining and humanitarian demining, we, as Cave Star, together with American Tribob company, we created the National Kinematics National Network. And first of all, it was about collaboration with surveying and agrarian, the farmers. Together with SES, we decided to elaborate the piloting project on kinematics with RTK that allows to install the equipment on the demining machines and to receive precise data, which the route of this machine is, how it covers the territories, and what precision is. Then also we received the information. Is it on a standstill or is it working? The colleagues then understand the more quality understanding on the works performed. The colleagues can share their experience and result on this, but it's a very important work that can be used in adjacent spheres. The agrarians are already digitalized, and for demining activities, it can also be used as an instrument of precise understanding and surveying, mapping. The maps can be digital, interactive, and you will have digital fields that you will understand how and to forecast whether the works had been done or how to plan them if there aren't. So RTK is the technology that can be used also for drones. We understand that drones are already using RTK, but in our might it is to help our colleagues on demining activities so as to improve this technology even further and to approximate it to use more efficiently in Ukraine. Thank you, Yuliia, for your support and initiative. Igor, I would like to add that the main segment that requires costs is R&D. As the colleague said in the promotional video, the most is spent on the parts and R&D. And we have to understand that the total price will be in the innovation, and then the mass product will see it, and this price is quite high. And the innovation price is quite high for the operators of demining, and they seek for support, including international one. I would like to emphasize, unfortunately, without international support, introduction of innovations will be very costly and long for Ukraine. And the companies that are looking for these innovations and purchasing them, how to unite to find the opportunities to introduce these technologies, as our colleagues said, improves the level of the preliminary analysis and then the future demining of our country, but only by uniting and with the help with international help that we really need. So summarizing that, it's the help to develop innovative solutions for innovators, including, yes, them as well.
So, yeah.
Also for the development and support of the sites where we can test such technology and where we can give the impulse to the innovators in terms of financing, those who win hackathons or any selective competitions, those who can find solutions cheapest and fastest for the key problems which are dictated by the war. And this is really good when the Service for Emergency and the Defense Ministry are forming the agenda of what is necessary, like plastic landmines, selection and looking for. This is a huge challenge we need to overcome. And it comes from our colleagues who said where to look for, what to look for, and what to focus attention on. And we have more and more requests of this kind. Thank you much indeed. Naomi is here, and Tali, and as developers during this discussion, I invite you that you participate.
At that point, I think the note around research and development is a critical one. So UNDP has been working in partnership with the Ministry of Economy and the National Mine Action Authority and State Emergency Service for about the past 18 months. Really investigating different advanced technologies. So we've been holding a series of phased trials, and it's really great to have one of our key partners who have been supporting that with us here today as well. So what we're looking at is the use of drones and remote sensors, so including electro-optical cameras and hyperspectral sensors and electromagnetic induction and supporting computer vision tools. And then also some of the companies that we're working with are also testing magnetometry to see their use for detecting larger subsurface metallic objects. So we have found some really good results out of this, but there is a strong need to continue with this robust field testing. So what we're finding is that high-resolution optical and thermal cameras showed good accuracy in detecting surface-laid explosive ordnance, and multi-sensor approaches like combining magnetometry and thermal imaging are also demonstrating some potential for detecting certain subsurface objects. But I think one of the things that we do need to look at is some of the challenges around this, and I think we need to be realistic around the amount of data that we need for strong evidence-based use of these and to inform standardisation around them. So UNDP moving forward will continue with these trials, and one of the things that we're talking about when we're talking about setting up a polygon or a test site, they need to be seeded well in advance, because one of the challenges that we're finding in the field is that we need to be replicating real life scenarios. So we need to have the right environmental conditions, we need the right vegetation growth, so covering where the ordnance has been laid. And we really need to ensure that we have representative targets. So what we're actually using to test the technology is what sappers are actually encountering out in the field. So we're hoping to do our next trials in spring next year, and have used the winter months to have seeded the test sites properly, because I think that's going to be critical to being able to say with certainty that they have a level of guarantee that it is going to support sappers in the field and their safety and rapidly increase survey and clearance activities.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Vitaly, please.
Я хотів, перш за все, дійсно подякувати за UNDP, за підтримку і допомогу. Дійсно, там за останній рік було проведено багато.
I would like to thank UNDP for their efforts. Indeed, a lot of testing will be held with involvement of Ukrainian vendors, and we can check the efficacy of a particular method from the qualitative and quantitative perspective. I would like to thank the State Emergency Service for the support and providing the conditions for doing the tests. This is necessary for our teams, for the young innovators. And it also looks to me that in addition, this can be improved and to create specific clusters for acceleration of Ukrainian innovators. We have very good examples of such a cluster. This is Brave One. I believe that from the part of the country, the Ministry of Economy, maybe other countries, other ministries which can participate to create a similar cluster which will be focused directly on humanitarian demining and the innovations in the cluster, acceleration of such teams. Frankly speaking, 2 years ago, we had dozens of vendors who operated on innovations, who wanted to do something. Regretfully, a few of them have remained. Yes, indeed, they received some support in other accelerations. Maybe they received financial support from different venture companies, and the others have frozen themselves. I believe that we need to create several preconditions for such innovations to develop and to scale up. And first of all, acceleration, special programs that will make innovators familiar with foreign vendors, to do joint demonstrations, to think how to involve their foreign money, to participate in the grants, in the international grants, to tell and train, to teach our innovators how to involve such funds. Of course, this is not sufficient. I would like to discuss a little bit the market, because we can, of course, accelerate. For example, there are 10 companies we have accelerated. They make a quality product. What next? That product must be sold. To sell it, we need to create the market necessary for that. And there are problems with that. This is a market B2G. First of all, our beneficiaries, the state service for emergency, the armed forces, B2G market. We learned how to work with it, and yet it must be put on the track because we clearly understand the need. We visualize and involve the donor, and yet those are single cases. We need to put it on the track, and for that we need the support of the government organizations. The second is B2B market. The B2B market these days is complex. It has split into two parts: foreign companies and Ukrainian companies. Regretfully, Ukrainian companies these days cannot afford themselves such innovations because they don't make enough money. This market is not finally launched. Therefore, we need to focus to the extent possible while it is winter, that in spring, this market can gain momentum, start working, and the operators of demining activity may afford themselves to buy innovations, involve them, and to demine better, safer and more safely and more efficiently. As for B2B, as for the foreign companies, it's also a problem because they are large. In order to integrate the innovation inside, they need a lot of time. They need to change the processes inside. It will take 1 year plus. Then to plan for the budget of next year, to buy the product, and then to raise foreign money, which also takes quite a lot of time. And this takes 2 or 3 years. So the innovators under such conditions will not survive. Therefore, we need the support and we need the framework to create inside the country, which will put those processes on the right track. Those are two important matters, which are R&D and the market, the purchasing power of the operators. Vitaly Titenko would like to participate in the discussion. Vitaly, you are invited. Thank you for this invitation. Thank you for this opportunity. As a representative of the tech business and venture fund, which is involved in the defense tech, I sincerely believe that humanitarian demining is only possible by innovations. The innovation, this is what can help us. We are facing an incredible objective, demanding 80% in 10 years. This is unrealistic, and it's not realistic to do within a few years, because the most valuable what we have is the people, are the operators. As time, money, what we invest, whatever we invest in the development of such people is priceless. Their lives are priceless because overcoming the damage caused by the enemy, overcoming the scale of the problem, we must move by integration of different innovative solutions. We have touched upon one problem from the perspective of the market to sell, sales market. I support Vitaly that we lack such platforms as Grey One that would operate in this particular direction to enable the developing and the incubation of the projects, combining them between each other, because some of the startups that we observe that have survived or not survived, maybe they would create more sustainable products which could be used today already on the grounds for our farmers and our military if they could combine. And also by creating the clusters, incubation programs, involvement of private investment, and the foreign investment for which this market is interesting. And we are actively working, in spite of the war, we are actively working on the demining, how to do it more efficiently and faster. Also, as an investor, I would like to add that we have another side, which is quite problematic too, why those startups cannot integrate and survive. This is educational program. It could be specific, and yet for Ukraine it's a problem. To be a startup involving the funds, doing business for quite many teams is problematic. And the educational problem must have been solved before. And yet the generation is now growing, and we are actively at war, and we need to invest into that story. Our entrepreneurs must understand how to raise funds, how to involve the best brains into their teams, and how to survive, how to be strong, how to look for contracts, how to attract funds, and to be fully involved and integrated and generate benefit for our great objective of cleanup of our land. Your venture fund, you have invested into few solutions related to humanitarian demining. Indeed, in our portfolio, we have one company, a land system, which is involved in humanitarian demining, and it is facing the same problem as discussed by the teams. On one hand, we as investor are interested because we invest into R&D, as the colleagues have discussed before. On the other hand, for those other teams, there is a problem of lack of understanding of their long-term approach, as well as the prospects of development of their direction. Because the business, as for the businesses we would like to develop and to understand with milestones and the plans, with the understanding that they will have the investment and the orders, and they will file and they will certify, and they will be allowed, and they will be integrated into demining systems. And some difficulties will be resolved as soon as I hope. Indeed, this would simplify the life for the teams and the understanding how to develop further, how to develop next, both in Ukraine, and also bring the experience and exchange experience with foreign companies, which maybe are stronger and larger. And yet we need to understand that, regretfully, our teams have unique and terrible experience which nobody else has. They can test, they can go to the field, and they can use and integrate and research how the radars, seismographers, chemical analysis, whatever they have. All that works in practice. This is being proven in a real way, and can be integrated. The main thing is that they have a clear understanding of how to go there, how to receive the financing, both state financing and foreign financing, that they can work in the future. Thank you very much indeed. Representatives of two major businesses, Kyivstar, Uklon, and yourselves. How do you see how it's better to involve the large business to this problem? I will start answering. Colleagues will join me. As Kyivstar, of course, we look into development of ecosystem of services. With Trimble, we built a national network in 1 year. This was very fast. You may understand that we need to build a network. We must bring the equipment. Also, we need to set up the equipment. We need to have the team which will do all that for the customers. And yet we need to understand that there is a number of services which can be added. RTK technology provides precision of 2.5 centimeters. If you understand that GPS has 2 or 3 meters, we have very high precision. And we might understand that we can use it both for the machines and for sappers. And also the next step is to use the technology which makes it possible to go away from the base stations. And we are working that we have BBPR. This is a satellite-based RTK that we enable our partners to use more quality, the technology with high quality, if there is no coverage. We do our best to have the national coverage, and yet it's a question mark. Therefore, the satellite RTK makes it possible to go beyond it and to help the partners, and of course to add the next step of development of the ecosystem of services, which can be more precise GPS tracking. If you have a mobile device, then using our technology, one can have a precision both in the urban areas or beyond it, about 2 or 3 meters if you have the telephone. this is a sufficiently large number of diverse technologies which are interconnected. It's not just RTK, also satellite part is added, also integration with GPS. And this is part of the foundation for startups and the colleagues who are working on additional services for heading UA damage. We have worked. We supported you in the migration on the cloud. If to take this ecosystem of services, the cloud technology, if you have data and you can use artificial intellect, AI, integrating the necessary thing, or also use the data which is put from RTK network to the cloud and put on top of the interactive map. There is enough tools to understand which problems are you trying to solve, and actually the knowledge is needed. You need to understand how the cloud works, how RTK works, satellite RTK, how does it work, and we as partners, of course, share this knowledge, and we shall help R&D teams to develop such solutions. It's a balance between the system integration, telecom, and generally entrepreneurship to do something from scratch with the help of diverse technology. This is how do we see the development of ecosystem and how we would like to help our partners to find how to use more efficiently. It's not like you do the pilot and that's it. A large number of iterations for building such a service, followed by receiving high-quality results. As we discussed of the emergency service, we made the pilot project, it was integrated, now we have the result. How it's best to involve Ukrainian businesses with the problems related to humanitarian demining. I cannot share the same project as Kyivstar. Of course, it sounds powerful. I hope we can also work in the humanitarian field, in the ride-hailing, and we are involved in the activity since 2014, before it became the mainstream. Now we are not involved as a foundation. We influence.
Все ж таки, мабуть,
As entrepreneur and business representative, I believe what could give the impulse. On the one hand, we can create conditions of hackathons under the auspices of the ministry and our government agencies, who are the customers and who understand what problems are most urgent, which technologies can be used. Such acceleration hackathon programs could be combined, the efforts of the teams could be combined to involve more teams. Ukraine, in spite of the war and COVID times, we are at the center of the development. We provide the software to the rest of the world. We develop for ourselves in any device, starting from the microwave. We produce a lot of things, and it would be a pity that we don't create conditions that the internal producers who operate on the outsource are interested, like some of the outsourcing companies are interested to create R&D centers where they invest both their own money and also raise funds from external investors for solving particular matters. However, it's most important that the state policy and state regulations, I have heard a lot, and I'm happy because there is progress. In spite of the short period of time, we can observe it. And I hope that it will change hyperbolically, and there are things to work on to create the conditions, some benefits, which could be of interest, could make people interested. Yet we need clear demand and the conditions that they go here, because there is an interest. I would like to refer to you, Igor. There was a comment. There was a comment about the market. I know that you also have the second role as Deputy Director of in the Ukроборонservice Service. I would like to compliment, maybe this is the last day of my working for the ministry as an advisor. And yes, Brave One is indeed a fantastic project of 6 ministries, adding the Ministry of Economy there and making small division to Humanitarian Demining, which is already there. I don't see a problem. Therefore, I'm confident that the Ministry of Economy, by having a huge weight represented by Madam Svyrydenko as first Vice Prime Minister, can approve it, and we shall use a mechanism which exists. It has the experience and the respect, and they know how to do it right. I believe it's not worthwhile to do anything additional for the same process. As for the second question, second matter, indeed, I'm Deputy Director of Ukроборонservice Service for Humanitarian Demining. In our subordination, there are 100 sappers, and we are one of the biggest commercial centers of demining activity and humanitarian demining. And about the market, as customers of innovation, we have biggest problem, which is the price of it. We cannot independently pay for the price of solution proposed by the market. Moreover, we have worked for the last year with all international missions of the UN to Ukraine, including UNDP, UNOPS, IOM. We have worked for a year, and we did not have never been idle. Indeed, we have produced something in a year, and we could buy the fixed assets for our center. We have updated our fleet of vehicles. We have changed several vehicles to carry explosives. We have bought some classical equipment like detectors, frame detector, frame metal detector. And yet, when we are visited from the market with innovations from the comprehensive solutions, 150 plus in dollars or euro, actually, I will have to become a debtor to afford that, and this is just to buy. I'm not speaking of maintenance and training of personnel, implementation, and so on. All that requires financing. As I'm state-owned, so a commercial yet state-owned company, then spending some amount of money and the final results, having the results in the end of year financially, the other colleagues will come to me and challenge this. Why did it happen? And I will have to say, well, shall we demine or shall we wait for the better terms and conditions? And I'm on the balance of it. I have to take decisions when I have to choose whether I am in debt, and I will look for opportunity to finance the contracts. And this is what the market is doing, thanks to the Ministry of Economy, which launched the market. And we can see how the companies unite, looking for contracts, subcontracts, in view of the resources distributed now by the state. And probably after that launch and after some working on it and after distribution of such resources, we shall understand whether we can afford ourselves as a market to buy the innovations. And again, we need them 100%, and you're right that people cannot, in the 21st century, to do everything manually. And we are looking forward to such innovation, having them cheaper. We badly need it, and we want it. And the problem is in the support and financing. And once again, I can tell you that with no international support, our country, under conditions of the war, cannot sustain it on its own.
Звичайно.
I would like to add here concerning the price. I think that it would be very appropriate to say that Kyivstar is ready to do all the pilots for free. Let's say that whoever comes to us with RTK order, we will do all these pilots for free during this and following the results, we will see which will be more effective, and it will be a win-win partnership for all of us. Thank you. Thank you for the proposal. I also would like to confirm that really about the engagement of innovations. We have good collaboration with many companies. And today, with our colleagues, we work with UIDMH, Kyivstar. We also have the project contract signed with Ukroboron Service, and we work starting from just support of our pyrotechnical units and finishing with innovative solutions. We are ready to continue our work to engage companies, innovations, and test whatever they suggest. For example, Donna, this year, until this year, we haven't used the machines of Demining, and now we see that we need the monitoring of their work, we need the results of their work, and we need to control their work so as to take timely actions for maintenance or using other innovations into this work. We addressed Kyivstar. Kyivstar was ready to help, and now we are on the final stage of the final project on monitoring of the work of the mechanized demining. I'm sure that next year we will actively introduce the work of all our machines. We work with UIDMH, with drones. It already gives some results and improves the safety and security of our personnel. Thank you for the comment, Oleg. I would like to add something. First of all, concerning the practical work of the innovation projects. As I already said, MOD pays attention to introduction of innovative technologies in demining activities and clearing of the territories from UXOs. Now, at MOD, we have the Perfection Center for ecological safety. In Lviv region, we already have the complex for testing units. There are 8 of them. These sites where you can try everything from UAVs or machines for mechanized demining. I would like to address all the manufacturers of innovative projects. MOD is interested in collaboration with you. So the Perfection Center personnel, according to your technical tasks, ready to prepare the sites for your innovation projects. It is absolutely free. At the same time, we encounter with the situation, with the process that theoretical foundations of innovative projects and theoretical foundations are very different. That's why on the first stage, we are ready to do the practical testing on the technical tasks that you actually put into your innovation projects. After your technical conditions will coincide with the practical results by 90%, we are ready for the future, introduce these projects during our work of demining while clearing lands from UXOs on the territories of Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, Kherson, and other regions where our demining groups work. After this, when these innovative projects will show themselves best, we will give you our feedback, and in the future, we will encourage these innovators so they are certified in our R&D institute, receive the certificate for this innovative project. Because now we encounter with the situation that we have many innovative projects, but these projects cannot become practical because innovations exist separately, and the demining groups working in the fields exist separately. And in order to introduce these practical projects, we are ready to take these actions to help you in everything. And after your innovation projects are tested successfully, from the best side, they will show them during the practical tasks. We will integrate them later in our SOPs, in our curriculum of training our employees that do demining action. That's very great. I know that the teams that work with technological solutions, the problem is access to firing range. So can they actually address you directly? Because we have here representatives of innovation solutions. Who do we telephone? In order to have preliminary testing, you can go to the main directorate of demining at MOD or through our electronic mail, or you can call personally to our point of contact, anybody present here. After you give us all these technical conditions for these projects, it will take a short time for us to prepare the sites. You come, you try your projects. It can be on land, it can be UAVs, other systems, so as they can be implemented very shortly while doing the tasks of demining. I have a questions. Still, when did you start your work, and how many submissions have you had? As of today, we started this project quite recently. The complex is ready to work starting from August of this year. Now we are testing only the innovation project that I used mainly in combat demining, but we are ready to work with all organizations that have innovation projects in humanitarian demining. That's great. Igor, please. I would like to add here. I also would like to advertise the mutual project of Ministry of Strategy Planning and MOD. You can submit through the one-shop window, and whoever deals with demining can be referred to the sites that were listed to you. That's a mutual site of manufacturers of military equipment to certify their inventions, to receive certificates and acts of testing. It's much easier now to get access to such sites. We also know that SES also has a very good testing range that you can also use. And I'm sure that UA Damage knows very well about it. I also would like to note something. 15 minutes ago, you saw the difference, as my colleague from UA Damage said. B2G has been worked, whatever paradoxically it sounds, but I am the representative of B2G, but the one who works on business processes, that's a commercial one, and that's the difference. I do not have the state budget that I can change or spend whatever I like, whether it will be better for me to use that machine or another machine, even if I wear uniform of Ukroboronservice. If we speak now about it, we are grateful that B2G works. That's incredible. And we have to acknowledge the state for this, but our task here is also to establish B2B, and B2B also has to have innovations. Vitaly, please. I have a suggestion, maybe. It is a challenging statement, but this market, let me say, it is split between international companies and Ukrainian companies. We understand why it is happening. Let me explain that. Foreign companies, they've been in the market for many years. They know donors, investors, and raising the costs is attuned. Ukrainian companies, they are young, they are growing. Now we have 64, but we will have 100 or so. They are ready to changes, but they haven't gone through this path yet. They are not acquainted with the foreign funds. They don't know how to do that in a right way. Why don't we, on the level of the country, support these people and unite demining of the fields as a consortium of national and international operators. They can do several projects together. Ukrainian ones will be able to work together on this. On the other hand, the big international partners will see how the innovations can be used. Now we are getting into the details on the activities of the operators. Actually, this idea is quite interesting. Okay, Ihor and then Naomi. The market now forces operators to do so. The market says that you cannot do that without the machines, but you don't have the employees. Some companies have the machines for humanitarian, the others have only manual, and these companies now create not joint ventures, but they are involved in joint projects, thanks to Ministry of Economy that launched this process. It will happen. It will happen for sure. It's a time issue. We just need to understand the mechanisms of working on this. Who will be responsible when there is explosion on the car? What is the distribution of the responsibility? Who will be responsible for the area as such? Now we are working with the operators with of demining, and they know how to work with subcontractors. For sure, we will work there together, for example, for the preliminary surveying of the field. For example, I'm responsible for 100 people, and I will be grateful to you if I use this technology for preliminary warning for my people. I can give away anything, but I cannot afford it. I'm really grateful for this technology. Naomi, please.
Look, I just want to link back to a couple of other comments that have already been made. I think when we're talking about big business and looking at what I think is the responsibility of the international community as well, you know, there's a need for resources for R&D, and I think that big business has the capacity to invest heavily here. I think that there is a need to invest in the human capital to really ensure that we are strengthening the capacity of Ukrainian operators and Ukrainian organizations, and really looking at how do we help them to scale? If we have organizations or startups that have the capacity to do one prototype, even if it is a great success, what is their production capability as well? So how are we supporting that? And I think that for the international community, looking at the National Mine Action Strategy and looking at the first 3-year operational plan, there are some real key activities that we can go back and advocate to, whether you're a donor, back to your capital, or whether you're a big company, back to your management, around mentoring, bringing international manufacturers in country to build this up. I know that the First Deputy Prime Minister mentioned the work of Docking setting up a local office as well, and I think that's a really good example. So I think we need to be ensuring that we're building that capacity and bringing those expansive sort of networks into Ukraine. And I think that really, because mine action or demining is a cross-cutting enabler, then we really need to look at bringing in those diverse stakeholders. And I think taking lessons learned of big business and applying it to the sector, it helps us understand that market-driven perspective, which will better align the technical solutions with the needs of the operator on the ground, which I think is a really important link to make. We need to make sure that the research works in the field, that the technology works in the field. So I think that we need to focus on that moving forward.
Great, thank you.
Let's return to innovations in general. In Kyiv School of Economics, we were engaged and we worked together at interaction with startups, innovators. We had a joint project with the Ministry of Economy. We had boot camps. We had hackathons. And I am pleased how companies grow, how they receive certification. But also, I would like to have this question brought up of scaling up. Let's say a company that came from idea to the testing on the training range and then receiving certification. And this company is ready to scale up. Which problems their companies might encounter and how we can help them to scale up, that we can transfer from just simple small units to the ones produced on a productive scale. Thank you for the question. Really, I was too far and too fast in the very beginning. I spoke about the market and acceleration. Acceleration actually is needed for the companies that only start to elaborate on the project. They encounter with different challenges, how to organize the campaign, how to build marketing, how to build R&D and do everything that the product works. The same acceleration is needed for those companies that are ready for scaling up. And then there's a question of education. Venture capital accelerators can help us here, like Pro1, like UNDP. And they actually do that. They can actually refer themselves to such experts. They can help with the strategy. They can tell us how to raise money for the next round of investments and scale up their solution. But let me reiterate again, without the market, scaling up it cannot happen. Because first of all, there has to be a need. We need to have sales. We need to shorten the cycle of sales, because for innovators of humanitarian demining, it can be too long. It might take as long as several years. It takes less time to submit to the grantor. But the answer is the same. Acceleration, help to the companies to scale up, and creating the market. This is the key one. Thank you. Thank you. We are returning to this problem. There is a very good question from the point of view how to receive a product for your audience, for your client. We have to understand that now we speak about the B2G partnership. There could be grants, funds, you name it. But if we speak about B2B, they treat this issue differently. For example, if there is enterprise, there's tender. If we speak about small and medium business, they have a different budget and they make decisions differently. You have to understand, if you are a startup, you are looking for answers, how to survive, how to find somebody you can collaborate with so as you can grow. Sure, I think Head Start helps, but if we look further, these technologies like AI, clouds, they cost quite a lot for the ultimate price of the product, and we have to understand: is this product going to be exported or used as a subscription for some jurisdictions that are going to buy it? We have to understand as business that in order for demining, we cannot make money here. We can actually make money on RTK, on surveying. We got more than 100 clients. For humanitarian demining, we are here just to help. As UA damage, they help to make this next step, because receiving money, it's actually covering the costs for these technologies. And we have to find this formula of success, how to convert these technologies that they receive the coverage on their costs for us, for their partners, and it will be the co-partner model. Because a co-partnership model, it is about sharing, or there could be different formulae. It cannot be just like we make a decision now and tomorrow it works in the field, but we have to look for it. And if we find this formula tomorrow, we are going to perfect it in the future. For example, Kyivstar company is going to help in marketing and sales, but we have to understand who is going to buy it. For sure, the life of a human is priceless, and we need these technologies to save lives. But for UADMH and other companies, it will be next steps, and how to scale up it, it's future challenges. Thank you for your great comment. I also would like to add here, there's external market. Let's not forget about it. Ukraine above all, but if we speak about survival, we can also speak about scaling up with the help of other countries, with the help of foreign companies that do demining activities. There are big companies that operate in 20 and more different countries. It is possible, but there are challenges of moving machinery and other logisticals and other things that we have to solve together with the ministries on the level of regulations and legislation with different organizations. You mentioned about the price, about using this. Probably the models of subscribing or appropriate price that you can afford, then innovation operators can think how we as Uklon or Kyivstar fundraises a lot for FPV drones, for demining drones. Probably we can invest by buying such technologies, and you can actually deliver to the teams and save the lives. There would be win-win, and we save our personnel's lives. Thank you for the comment. We still have 19 minutes. We have 7 participants. I wrote the problems that you spoke about. These are R&D, that's price for innovation, that's insufficient knowledge. Oleg, you also mentioned partial usage of innovations. Is it everything that I listed? Market, yes. Expert, But that's not the task for me, that's the task for you. Taking into account all these problems, taking into account all your positions and roles, what would you practically help with to innovators? I had this idea after Oleg said that there is access to the testing range. It's very practical. We know about these problems. How would you engage? Let's begin. So when we, starting from us, from Ministry of Strategy Planning, we understand that international help. We spend a lot for this position on liaison with with international collaboration. Warren Buffett Foundation, together with one of our state enterprises collaboration. It's not just state-private collaboration, but it also international state government collaboration that will give this leverage to locally manufacture machinery, and will give leverage to other manufacturers to look into this side, to see where you can get finances, funds, or possibilities to execute the projects from the position of the idea that any demining operator wants to fulfill their contract. And for your work, the organization like Warren Buffett organization can pay for it. So look for any opportunities of any international ways to collaborate. I would like to reiterate and emphasize on it, and I've done that in the very beginning. We as the ministry give the opportunity to localize and scale up manufacturing. If you have such a possibility, but you do not have the manufacturing facilities, human resources, some materials, so we are trying to find some possibilities to work with the state and manufacture on their facilities. So we also have iron trial range. And in general, we collaborate very well with the MOD concerning creating these conditions for trials, tests, and even contracting. But it is more to OVT. Speaking about humanitarian demining, probably it's the only humanitarian link that Ministry of Strategic Planning is involved in. All other civilian or humanitarian sectors, we try mostly to divert our vision to manufacturing the military machinery and military equipment. That's the priority now. This is the ministry can help the market. We are present physically in many places, and we are sad that we haven't had accelerator from the Ministry of Economy and Kyiv School of Economics. I know that it was quite difficult, but this project also requires international help. I hope that you will find one in the future. We are ready to support any initiative that comes from the market, and it comes within our responsibility. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are also sad for our accelerators. Sergey, please. I can say that we are, as SES, who have practical experience, and as I already mentioned, we take part and we get the innovators in piloting projects. We are ready to share the experience. We are ready to say that about the needs, what we have to look at, and practically test the innovations they suggest. If we speak about the piloting projects that we already execute, and will be executing. If we see this project is successful and has good indicators, we are ready to speak with our international partners and donors and we say this technology is efficient and effective, this technology suits us, it can be financed, and in order to implement it and improve the efficacy of the works we do. In such a way, we can support the innovators and the technologies they invent, and also it is all implemented in Demining. Oleg, as I already mentioned, the MOD of Ukraine supports the development of innovation technologies. How can we help? That's the practical part, introduction of these innovation technologies into the projects of clearing from UXOs and humanitarian demining. We all have to understand that the units of MOD that do clearing of these territories, they work according to their regulations and documents, but the operators of demining, like they are in UAF, in the State Service of Transportation, they work within their SOPs that are written according to the national and international standards on demining. So we are ready for collaboration with any innovative technologies, with innovators that work in this respect, and we are ready to get help in practical implementation of the work of the groups, both in MOD and the non-governmental ones.
Yes. So UNDP is continuing to scale up investments in technology and innovation. We're continuing to work in partnership with the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine and the National Mine Action Authority and CESU. We're about to launch a 6-month pilot with CESU, where we'll be deploying a remote sensor system into the field with one of the pyrotechnic units to get some real-life examples of their applicability, particularly for non-technical survey. And we are also, to the point that Vitaly said before, around some of the capacity of local startups or smaller organisations. You know, for UNDP, we have a very strict procurement process, and that does come with its rules and regulations. But one of the things that we're doing is training local manufacturers in how to engage with the UN system, you know, how to understand our online systems, our tender processes, to really enhance their attractiveness and competitiveness when they are applying for grants or tenders or different procurement modalities with us. So we're trying to find really practical steps to move forward with to ensure that we are, you know, as I said, continuing to scale up that investment in technology and innovation. Thanks.
Fine, thank you. Vitaly.
Thank you for organizing this forum. I believe that indeed from time to time we need to discuss openly what are the problems and also think about the ways of resolving such matters. I would like to thank the keynote speakers. It was my pleasure to communicate, and I hope it was also useful. From the perspective of UI damage, we have a few successful scenarios where the State Service for the Emergency, together we have the training and we fine-tune the technology and we raise external investment to buy the technology. Those are success cases we need to put on the track and discuss with other vendors that they do it in the same manner. As for the business, we are open to cooperation, and for the last year we held a number of testing on the ranges, on the real minefields with different organizations, with Ukrainian operators of demining, as well as with foreign companies. If there is anyone whom we did not test the technology in the field, please contact us at any time. We are ready to do it. As for the price is a matter of negotiations. We are ready to fix it legally, and we are going to provide the team and the equipment to demine the first fields and then to join a consortium for some joint projects, joint grants, programs from other countries, like now they have from UNDP, UNIDO, and other UN agencies. Therefore, we are open to cooperation. Please address us. I will be happy to help you. What are the practical steps that Kyivstar is doing and will do in order to support R&D and the projects like UI damage? As I said before, we shall do our best that all the pilots are free of charge. A few ranches have been covered, and the technology is working, and the precision is very high. We have the national network, yet we need to test. Sometimes it's 2.5 centimeters, sometimes it's 5 centimeters. Yet it's still within the tolerance. With colleagues with the State Service for Emergency, we shall scale up the project. This will be scaling up the technology for the machine demining. And the next step is the use of testing for suppers. It would be cool, as it looks to me, for the understanding how the technology can be used by the mobile groups. And of course, with UI damage, we shall discuss how we can help, not only with the cloud technology, also with other things. However, we need to be open. Please address us. We can hear what is your request for what kind of support, and we shall respond. Whatever we do is part of our social component, of course. I would like to thank for what you have discussed about the initiatives you are implementing. This is really priceless. I'm happy, and there are still things to work on. In terms of the venture I represent, what can we propose? Regretfully, we cannot invest everywhere. We look at many partners, those who come to us, and they pitch. Pitching is a good experience anyway. On the other hand, we do the educational campaign with them. We support them with our lawyers, financiers, and we highlight point by point what the projects lack to make them more attractive for the external and internal investment, to make them clear, to make them protected, to have a plan. And for many teams that reach us, it's a good plus. And even if we did not invest before, it gives us them the impulse to develop. On the other hand, the more they pitch, the more they become known. And the fact of knowing more funds, more foundations, would mean even if we don't invest today, we shall recommend someone else from the same pool who in the future will be interested on the next round to provide the working capital or support the development. I would like to thank the participants to make the good understanding, discussing the matters, finding the options. We have a good discussion. I'm happy about it. I hope it was interesting. I wish you a good continuation of the day and the forum. I would like to thank the participants of the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we invite you to the lunch. We shall be back in 1 hour to the panel discussion. In the big room, there is a panel, Humanitarian Demining, a prerequisite for economic recovery. In the small room, production and localization of technology for demining in Ukraine. And also, we invite you to visit the exhibition of demining technology, which takes place outside, not far from the central entrance. There you will see the modern technologies and equipment which work every day to make our land safe. This is an opportunity to learn more about innovations that save lives and help to recover our territories. Now I invite you to lunch. Bon appetit.
Пані та панове, ми розпочинаємо дискусію «Гуманітарне розмінування».
Now we start the discussion humanitarian demining, the prerequisite of economic recovery. We invite Dmytro Kochan, Deputy Director of Ukrainian Agricultural Council, moderator of the panel, Humanitarian Demining, the prerequisite for economic recovery. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Please stay closer. Not so many people, therefore we shall communicate. And today is the topic of humanitarian demining, the prerequisite of economic recovery. This is our panel. I am the moderator. It was already announced. Our speakers I would like to invite to the stage that we can applaud them. Yet after the lunch, they are now sitting already. Shall we get acquainted? Please welcome our speakers. Mr. Baida, Director of the Center for Humanitarian Demining. Yevgen Ivanov, Deputy Head of the Kharkiv Military Administration. Denis Bashlik, Deputy Minister for Agriculture of Ukraine. Mr. Zagorodnikov, Deputy Chairman of the Management Board of the First Ukrainian International Bank. Also, head of the civic organization, Association of Sappers of Ukraine. Everybody has a very prominent name and position on this panel. Yet I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ivanov to discuss Kharkiv. Kharkiv Oblast is very close to my heart. Quite many participants of our union of farmers come from that oblast. And your oblast has sustained quite a lot of landmines. I hope this will change for the better. Could you please discuss what is the situation with humanitarian demining in the region? What are the problems and challenges that you could see? I will tell you that Kharkiv Oblast is the land of innovations and inventors. In Kharkiv Oblast, the first machine for demining was produced. As for the farmers, I know quite many innovative solutions are being used. Therefore, I request you to discuss this topic. As the last statement, now we shall go through the main statements of the speakers. After that, I would like to make it interactive. We shall communicate and answer your questions. Yevgen, you have the floor. Thank you for this opportunity, dear colleagues, dear participants. The situation in Kharkiv is indeed very difficult. due to the area of land contaminated with landmines. I will remind few numbers. 37% of territory of our oblast was in the occupation. After the deoccupation, we find that we have 1,256,000 hectares of land potentially contaminated, 1,255,000 hectares after the occupation of our oblast, out of which 600,000 is agricultural land, 200,000 are the woods, and the rest are the municipalities, also roadsides and the places where people stay, and also power transmission lines. Now we have 70 crews. I would like to thank the Ministry of Defense, National Police Service for Emergency. Those are the key forces that move the process. 68 crews. We currently have 300 people of the personnel of those crews who carry out this work with no breaks and weekends. And if we move in such a way, the preliminary estimates are impressive. We need about 120 years just to examine, just to survey, just for the surveillance of this land, not speaking of demining, just for the surveillance. Therefore, a lot of forces have been involved, but this is not sufficient for quick progress, even though indeed we have the priority of this process. Of course, the priority belongs to power transmission lines, gas transmission lines, railroads, municipalities. We had the first community, Sarkonievska community, first successful case back in 2023, when this community was demined completely. As the data was confirmed, we did not go with big forces, neither into the woods nor to the farmlands. And the agriculture is more than one half of exports. And GDP of the region, 60% of the export products. The economics, this is those are the companies that provide the income of municipalities, and therefore it's important to fast demine their farmland and return our companies and the people back to communities. This is a strategic task. I would like to thank the international partners, FSD, Holocaust, and others, the Danish Refugee Council. Also, there is a list of partners who are helping and who also participate in this process. No doubt, what I would like to refer to, what I would like to focus at, the necessity to finance and to provide help and to increase the quantity of technology for demining. We speak of the machinery for demining. Some number of them, thanks to the World Food Program, and FSD was provided this year for the needs of demining by our sappers, 3 machines, which have been developed and certified and are produced in Kharkiv tractor factory. This is the first successful case, as far as I know, in the country. From and to, when they have developed, brought to production and certified with all necessary documents, the machine like this. Last week, they presented the second modified machine at the same time, and this is not the end of it, and now we are developing some other companies which have been involved in the civilian machine building are getting involved with that process. There will be more machinery. Those machinery would cost cheaper, much cheaper compared to foreign ones. A simple example, the machine produced by Kharkiv tractor plant is 120,000 euro, and their foreign similarities 700,000 or up to 1 million. And with that, we also refer to our partner and donors, not speaking that it's easier to repair such a machine, and we have it and we develop it, and it is manufactured locally rather than abroad, because the time for repair takes months, and in our case a few weeks, and all the spare parts are available. Therefore, it's more rational use of the funds. Therefore, more technology, more machinery, and we have resources, and we have people, and we have coordination. more technology, and this is saving people's lives, also sappers and also civilians. And therefore, with that, we move forward. We need more resources and more technology. We have created 1 month ago in Kharkiv Oblast the first center for coordination of the demining activity under the Oblast military administration, where we have the weekly and monthly coordination and all of the works carried out by particular government or non-government operators. They're coordinated in one place, and we have the mapping and we have the hotline. Every resident of the oblast may refer and inform of the explosives. And we created the maps, and we have involved and we try in more and more specialist sappers. And we're using the advantages of the training center that is available in Kharkiv Oblast. People have the willingness, there is a priority, and yet we need more technical resources. Briefly, that's it. Thank you. The resources have been discussed at this stage. I can see coordination must be provided. The coordination can be provided by the central executive branch agencies. Therefore, Dennis, shall we talk to you? Could you please tell us about how the government, which government policy is implemented in the field of support of the farmers and the producers of equipment for demining? And also, could you please share this panel is not just of the demining, also the economic recovery of the regions, the purpose of which is humanitarian demining. Actually, comprehensive approach is important. There are representatives of the regional government, the banking sector, the people who actually demine the land. We need to understand that demining of land is not an objective in itself. There must be a comprehensive approach about the recovery of the activity which was on that land. If you remember the years 2020-2021, by coming to the regions of any oblast, it was difficult to find any piece of land which would not be used for agriculture. And the scope is that you can discuss today and that we can see throughout the country. We understand that this is a non-performing sector of the economy. Running ahead, I would like to make the example into years of coordination of the work for demining under the auspices of the Ministry of Economy. I'm grateful for that, and this is also right from the economic perspective. We have returned a lot of agricultural land. The overall economic effect is 24 billion hryvnia per year. This is not one-time activity. This is economic that will grow, and this will keep working, and this will increase the scope. And this is a matter of time. How soon can we recover that? At the same time, in order to recover, we need a comprehensive approach. It looks to me that today the government has the right approach to it. In a sense, that there are programs of support for demining, and there are also subsidies for the regions which suffered most. When we communicate with our international donors every time, we make the focus on the deoccupied and most damaged regions. Yet, if we move to the program, more specifically, I would like to start with the program of 100% reimbursement for the demining of agricultural land. That program was developed jointly with the Ministry of Economy. The Ministry of Economy was the leader in this process. Yet, in order to make this way of receiving such compensations, we decided to walk through the convenient instrument, which is the State Agricultural Registry. That instrument made it possible to shorten the way to the farmer in order to receive the relevant compensation, B, to make it more transparent, and C, making it convenient for administration inside the country. The market of demining is rather new for the country. to shorten that why when people receive something and how the government keeps track of it. We did it through biddings on Prozora, state agricultural registry. It's the first case in the world when in such a sphere. We do it in a digital and well-coordinated and well-automated way. In order to receive all that, actually, support for the mining cannot work with no further support of the farmers. Some people could not work on their land maybe for 1 year or more, some people for 2 years. According to one institute, an American institute, a company may withstand for working for 3 years. After that, it's not possible to recover it. Actually, some companies cannot quickly demine, and we need to support them. There are several programs of support, budget subsidies, 8,000 hryvnia per hectare. Actually, those which are in the areas of active hostilities, from 2,000 hryvnia per hectare just to support them, that they stay on the land. And also quite a number of programs which are provided by international counterparts, FAO, USAID. This can be financial support or the support with fertilizers and seeds, help with relocation. All those programs do exist, and the government is focusing that the most damaged regions would receive the support. In order to understand, coming back to where and how to receive such support, we do everything via a single window, one-stop shop for communication of farmers with the state is a state agricultural registry. Now we keep making it convenient for all players of the agricultural sector. We actively connect the banks to the state agricultural registry. And very actively, I'm grateful to the banking sector that indeed they are participating. Indeed, this shortens the way from when the farmer wants to receive the loan and when the farmer receives it actually, when it is actually disbursed. We do our best to make life more comfortable in the most damaged regions. Credit support 579, it operates all the time. This is the most popular product, especially among the farmers. And today, most of those regions who have been damaged are using this support, and the state will keep supporting it. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Dennis. When we discussed comprehensively the state support, in particular the program for reimbursement to farmers for humanitarian demining, I would like to give the floor to Vladimir Baida. Vladimir, could you please tell us what in this field is happening? As I remember, since May that program began to operate, it includes 100%. Previously it was 80%, now it's 100% compensation. And this year, also next year, there is funds. Please have a look how much funds, how many applications, what are the difficulties, and what are the plans for 2025. I would like, a lot was discussed on this panel, including the technical things and the legal things. I would like this panel to be more active in terms of the discussion or a dialogue, because we need to name things as they are. Nowadays, this year, lots of changes have happened in the field of anti-landmine activity. I will discuss compensation, yet I would like to discuss some more general things. Over these years, our international counterparts and the society expected from us the decisions. And this year, we began to implement those decisions. Dennis explained quite well how DAR operates. Indeed, we could demonstrate that we have the instruments of the global level. The world-class instruments which can be used actively. This program, for example, is not a big case. The government cannot provide much funds. 3 billion hryvnia, which was planned for this year, is quite a lot of money. And yet I would like to adjust you. The program works from May. Actually, it started 20th September because 3 times we went. There were 3 different iterations, not because people made mistakes. Simply, we have been the best, like the first astronauts have been heroes, and the same here. No, yes, of course they are heroes, and yet the matter is that there was nobody to ask. They didn't know what will happen to them. With Ihor Beskorvaini, we had a lot of discussions with all market participants. No wrong opinions, all of them were right, and yet we had to focus on something. Therefore, this program is important as a starting point, as a case we start from. As I said in the beginning, with such programs, or those that have been discussed by Dennis, and will be discussed more, we demonstrate to the world finally that we are ready for more. We are ready to more strategic work, not just some rapid things. There is some criticism, and yet during this year and next year, I would like ourselves to shift the focus from the humanitarian tourism, which of course is helpful. And of course it was helpful for all the years. And our global partners, the organizations, in Ukraine, government organizations would understand that we already have some instruments. We know how to work with banks. We know how to work like with Mr. Dennis. Also, it took a lot of quarrels and reconciliations for DAR. And now it works. The story actually works. If the Ministry of Economy has initiated the work from with the lines of farming, that's indeed easier and that's simple, much faster. Those territories are returned to the economic cycle. They start the economic cycle. They start paying taxes from it. According to Yuliia, they discuss how many people have been fed with our grain worldwide. Actually, we can now multiply those systems that we have produced for the next directions. We know that indeed the community land is a very important story, and indeed the households, some land plots, households, and we can scale up for such land plots, personal farms, households, industrial companies, as I said before. There are two parts, demining and recovery. And yet, in the industrial companies, they also add the third one, which is economic feasibility of such recovery. With the land, it's obvious because there is land. This is an asset of our people, and it must work and generate some funds. Therefore, I would like to focus the attention of also today's panel for more strategic things. Before 2022, there was a hope that on the land, which was not temporarily occupied, the year 2022-23 was reviewed as the years to clean up everything. Now they return back to our land on a larger scale, and everything changed completely by years and decades for very large amounts of money that we shall require. Yet, if in the beginning it was about adaptation of the law, this we managed to do it. Maybe it's not ideal legislation, and we work every day on its improvement. Actually, it was done, it is being done, so shall we work together? That when our partners come, they will say, well, there are certain ministries and agencies responsible for demining. And now it's a year, and we understand that indeed maybe we did not reduce the number, and now we work together and we have synergy. Speaking of the program of compensations, it's not just absolute numbers of the demined land or the money which was provided. Actually, the mechanisms that we know that we have and we have the skill for, and we need to inform the partners that we can do systemic things. I would like to draw your attention and speak of the oblast. There is representative of Kharkiv Oblast, and we are active in it. This is most difficult oblast. We understand that the challenges they face are different from day to day. And we cannot read in the textbook about it. This is how we started the compensatory program. Cannot we watch on TV or to receive the workshop how to do it? I believe they have their own variants of how to resolve things. I would like international partners to hear as well. We had interesting discussion. Our staff underwent the next training, and there was a presentation when we took the picture of the Cambodia, Africa. Interesting presentation. And when we ask a question that for the third year we have this trouble, and we need to discuss not just the examples, which are of course difficult worldwide. We can speak of our own examples. Shall we be based on our own experience? Because what is happening in Kharkiv Oblast was not faced by any other country, never. So maybe shall we start with that to see what is needed in reality. Speaking of the funds, we understand that the government cannot provide too much funds, and yet at the center we have a plan that the next year we can at least double, triple such funds. The donors, of course, want to help. I would like them finally this year to understand that there are real practical things by which we can involve additionally how much money is provided, but to redistribute that in the end of this speech today, or the opportunity to speak with you, I would like to inform you that whatever we prefer, the sign of taxi or we need to drive, shall we need to demine or shall we just declare things? It's important that by the end of next year, when we reconvene here, the funds which are provided for demining and the work that we all are doing would correlate with the demined hectares. Because the money is being provided, even more funds will be provided. I would like to thank the partners, big foundations and other organizations. This is the huge work, and I believe that this is connected directly with the hectares of the cleaned up land, and this connection is real.
Thank you. I have just one question. Dear donors, I don't make any hints, but here it was said what we need to do. The question to you about the access to resources. Unfortunately, there is not always enough money. We always have to work about the development of the money funds. But let's look at our capacities, about the volumes of demining that we can do. Because I remember those discussions 2 years ago, like we spoke, when we had not that many groups of sappers. Probably we had the money at that time, but we didn't have the capacities. What changed? I will answer briefly. You see the dynamics on the private operators. We have 69, and there are about 30 going through the certification procedures. It develops and goes on. Why it was so important to be to launch this market with the Ministry of Economy? You understand that in order for market to understand, we have to have the participants, we have the goods. That's the land that is mined. There's also demand for demining. These are the users, the state, who can give the suggestion for this service. These are the people. But if we speak about a small Ukrainian operator, sure thing, we have some powerful organizations that can invest. But there are also companies that do not have these financial capabilities. In order to think big, they have to have this big order. There are some operators, they have done a lot of work, but these small operators also need to get some money. Why we took away this limitation of 50 hectares? Because we understand, because we need to give them the opportunity to work, at least some money. I am grateful to the law enforcement structures, the Ministry of Interior, and we understand the capacities of the donors in transportation, in equipment. Sure thing, if we wanted to redirect that, or our operators were able to get that money, the funds to be used, for sure it even would be even more developed. Here we have a big leap in this development. Operators realize they can make money. It's no secret that it's business for them. It can be controlled or limited, but it is business. When they see that there is a market there is demand and supply there, for sure it will develop. And believe me, whatever I see on the operators market, it develops with the resource availability and the instruments that we already created with the colleagues. There is a big future in front of us. I agree with you completely. It is absolutely normal. We need to develop the market of demining, and it has to be profitable. Only in this way we will be able to attract investments and development. Concerning investments and access to finances, we need to give floor to Artur Zagorodny, Deputy Chairman of PUM Bank, as far as I know, the biggest private bank in Ukraine, and it's a pleasure to see you here. Could you please tell us what the role of the banks, how the banks can help the farmers and the communities that develop and demine after all these hostilities, how the banks collaborate with them. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation to this panel discussion and for the question. I would like to start that this forum, Demine Ukraine, for me and all of us, we wouldn't like to do in Ukraine or any other country in the world, but that's a terrible current events of the war. We have to do otherwise. Ukrainian territories, Ukrainian regions that suffered from war had a lot of losses in population and economic potential, and now we have to do all possible to return all these territories to normality. But the main prerequisite here is not only talk, but full quality demining of these territories, clearing from mines and mine action. If we speak about banks, I would like to remind we have 62 banks, 7 of them are state. We have also private and international banks. You remember the previous crisis when the state, through credits of refinancing, helped the banking system. But this situation is different now. It's the banks that save the state and the agrarian industry. Remember when the full-scale invasion started, there was chaos, panic. The banks didn't stop for a minute servicing the business and helped the population, even those regions where the hostilities took place, and they continued to work. But at the same time, for these 3 years, banks stayed resilient, and they tried to develop their channels of development and collaboration. And at the same time, they were profitable. And this year, the banks declared 118 billion of pure profit. And in the end of the year, it will be the record number. But who pays the biggest taxes? Banks. It is banks. Instead of 18%, banks pay 50%, and that's 1% of the GDP of the country. Bank also joined to help the agricultural industry, and it coincided that the beginning of the war coincided with the sowing or springtime. The agrarians wanted buying seed materials and machinery, and despite all the challenges, they actually helped the agrarians, what the agrarians needed at that heated time. Speaking about our banks, I would like to say that PUMB is one of the leading state banks, top 10 banks, and is the biggest private bank in Ukraine. Today, if we speak very briefly, we have a development strategy for 3 years where we will perform 3 directions of our work. First of all, it's crediting of the real sector of economy. That's the key banking function. Without it, bank is not a bank. Support of the state by buying the state vouchers or bonds, and also development of numerous social, humanitarian programs and events. And that's why we became a titular sponsor of this event. Speaking about numbers, from the beginning of the full-scale invasion, our bank credited for the amount of 64 billion hryvnias, 15 of which were directed to support the agrarian sector. If we speak at these programs that the Deputy Minister of Agrarian Policy stated, 2 programs that we take part in it, they do not leave any chances to be aside of the process. The program of guarantees on portfolio basis, it's not only about agrarians, but also our 6 billion in this program and 5th place speak a lot. Many projects are allocated in the direction of agrarians. If we speak about program 5 and 9, this is really the program in PUMB created a big advantage and created an internal revolution because it's a considerable support of small business, and by portfolio we are on the 3rd place with 32 billion hryvnias. It's a considerable fact. I also would like to add that the state also takes care of the small business development, namely agrarians. There were some changes in the program of development that limited the crediting of other industries. Not only the industry, but also the areas near the combat actions, the hostilities, even without any limitations. And we continue working there. We have a lot of instruments to support agrarians, and we are very active in our work, not only in crediting, we also have in our bank the instrument activity of which is financial leasing. So I would call the agrarians to look at this instrument because you will have the objects of leasing. You don't have to look for it by receiving the credit and then look for it, but you can actually grab the object of leasing. The client can just sign the contract and won't do anything else. The registration, licensing, and everything else will be done by the bank. Besides, the bank also collaborates with agrarian holdings like Astarta and small farmer enterprises. We are working at our experience so as to continue working in this direction, but we already have experience and results that help us to consider new projects and support development of the industry. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Artur. For the audience, it will be also interesting in the context of recovery of the regions in the framework of 579 program. As far as I remember, there was the zone of high military risk program. These are the territories that were in the hostilities areas. They are not there anymore, and they will probably need those credit resources the most. At the example of your bank, tell about the challenges and how you work there. Every bank looks at their credit risks about its working or not working and makes decisions. For us, we see the map of Ukraine by regions, that are red, yellow, green, and we move in this direction. We have projects, despite their proximity to red zones, that we already supported. I cannot say that it is quite spread over. We are working at the experience. We are looking at the circumstances in the market, in the fields. I cannot give you the precise figures because with this 64 billion and 15 billion, it will be insignificant. But the bank is gradually moving to support the zones and the clients that have been through this bitter experience of collaboration in this direction. Probably there will be the necessity of collaboration of the bank, but not only. There might be consortium for crediting when the banks unite and splitting the risks, getting the mutual mechanisms, how to support the clients. In our bank, we already have the experience in consortium, which was before the full-scale invasion, and we can share this experience with other actors that would like to work with the agrarians that are close to the front line. Thank you. It's not a very standard approach, but we see that here we have thinking in the faces of the representatives of the official power. And last but not least, we have the speaker. Timur is the representative of the real operator of Demining. We spoke about the market as general, but now we have agrarians or enterprises that actually need these services. There are operators of Demining that are ready to render these services. So could you tell us the view from inside, how in Ukraine we have the process of building the Demining process? Thank you for the chance to tell from the point of view of the operator of Demining, because we can speak a lot about different strategical matters, but if we don't know in detail how the process works, there is a chance of make big mistakes. Let me remind you that the Association of Sappers of Ukraine is the operator of Demining, and we have been working since 2018. It's the key year for our state. If you remember, on this very year, we had the law that was adopted on 6th of December, and on that very time, we had development of the demining activities and how it develops now. As operator, we work by three directions. Just for general understanding, the first direction is we had about training the population against UXOs. Second, to help the population that suffered from the mines and everything. And the third one is about humanitarian demining. If we speak about recovery of Ukraine, we have to speak about demining. But we have to speak about humanitarian demining, first of all, because as of today, there are many misconceptions, misunderstandings, confusions about the processes of demining when operative, combat, humanitarian demining are confused, and also surveying, non-technical surveying, and there's big confusion. I always emphasize that humanitarian demining is not done just for the sake of demining. Humanitarian demining is done in order to transfer the lands, territories, areas to the ultimate customer with the proper guarantees of quality and safety. And it is about the complexity of the process. From what I said, you already see that humanitarian demining does not finish only by clearing. What do I mean? When we work as operators, we cleared the territories, even worked at the UXOs. After that, the state inspection is called to the place that actually does the QA on the place. And it's not only about checking us. The inspectors are the sappers, and they work like us. They take the metal detectors and they check us for some discrepancies. If it is not critical, it is actually rectified. If not, it's a big problem. It's just one of the examples. I always emphasized that demining is not only about finding and addressing the UXO. In order to prepare the soil, it takes about 50% of the resources and even more of our work labor, even without the metal seeker. But some even take into marking and headquarters, making the alleys and other aspects. More than that, we forget that there is also office where information office works. The surveyors work there. They work with the GIS, and our reports that we make, they have to be validated. And it's also about labor. I speak about it just to state that it's a very slow process. It requires a lot of efforts, and from what we see, it can be the most expensive type of demining. The second aspect that I would like to emphasize our attention is when we speak about returning of the land. By the way, on the previous panel in the other hall, we spoke about the priorities. Which objects have to be demined? Is it agrarian sector or hospitals or something else? So I wanted to emphasize that in this very case, this specter is wider, much wider. And as of today, the Association of Sappers of Ukraine, we work not only on the orders for demining of agricultural lands, but with different UN agencies, we work to assess the hazards of the explosion, and we also do NTS in buildings. After each, the recovery of buildings, dwellings can be done. Without this checking and assurance, we cannot actually get the program of the state to get people to live there. But there's also debris management. We actually have to clean that, and it's quite a difficult one. For example, in Mykolaiv region, we work at watering canals. These are the objects of infrastructure. They provide water with the agricultural lands. There's specificity there. We didn't speak about forests and other things yet. So we have to emphasize here that this territory has to be returned by its designation with quality assurance and safety. What territory does it have to be? It has to be assigned by the communities, I would say. But we operators actually it doesn't make a difference for us what we have to demine, but the priorities are set by the Hromadas, and I would like to prepare the most comprehensive approach to demining. Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, the main directions of it we already had. Now let's speak to the audience. Probably there are some questions from the audience. We need the microphone. Hello, Romanyuk Alexander, Ukrainian Service of Demining. For the 3 months of the program working as of Friday, we have had about 630 million tenders announced. The next year, I hope, will be even bigger, especially the agrarians are going to announce more, and that means there needs to be more money allocated to this. If this year we had in the budget 3 billion hryvnias, and for the next year it's just 1 billion, taking into the tendencies, I believe that this money will be over in the first quarter. So the question is, what is the vision about getting this money in the budget, filling not only this 1 billion, and about another question, the agrarians can take part in the compensation program only when NTS was done. The money for a non-technical survey are not covered by the state compensation program. Do the banks understand that this NTS has to be done next year? Probably some programs have to be done that agrarians are going to give the money back as credits only after the demining is done as an option. It was my hint to you. I see. Igor Beskarovayny, the Deputy Minister of the Economy. Since you already mentioned me, I'm going to answer the last question when we speak about crediting of NTS. We have to remember that NTS is done by the order of the community. The farmer cannot make this order pay for this the money. If we speak about the primary NTS, if we speak about secondary NTS, it is possible because primary NTS has to be done by the community, Hromada. But we work at it. We are going to find some instruments in the program of compensation, as well Demir said. When we all started, are you crazy? What kind of demining? We cannot combine it. The second one, the 1 billion will be over. The faster it is over, the faster we'll find the money, and we will be also motivated to find the money for this, and from the point of view of this state and the private investor, it is possible to actually to get it. We know how it will be spent. We already proposed this approach to our partners, and very of them interested. So the 1 billion will be spent fast, and we will find the money fast. Can I add? Thank you, Igor, for putting dots over I's. As a representative of the bank sector, I would like to say that this direction is quite new for the banks as well. So we are working at our expertise and experience how to work with this. But in any case, there is a humanitarian approach and there is a business constituent. With the humanitarian direction, we do different participation in social humanitarian events. Our help is about 670 million hryvnias, but it's also about business. If a client, agrarian, refers to us about support of their intentions, about buying equipment or machinery for humanitarian demining or other activity, then we will consider this submission on the basis principles. the payability, terms, and returnability. Otherwise, it will be humanitarian support approach. Today, we already have such mechanisms. With this opportunity, I would like to say that our bank was one of the first to open the bank accounts and started to collaborate with famous Croatian company, Docking, and we already work with them on different directions on financing our clients that are going to buy this machinery. As was said, that this machinery can be as expensive as 400,000 euro or even million 200,000. So we can say that only big companies can afford buying such machinery. But we have to move together with the state, with the international financial organizations who work with the mechanisms, how to make all these orders in collaboration with the banks cheaper for the agrarians. We, as a bank, ready to consider and move with the direct support of such projects, but it takes to unite our efforts as state, international organizations and banks of Ukraine. In this context, we can work quite fast, working with this mechanism to help our farmers. Thank you. Can we move on? Pass the mic. Company Ukrainian Demining service. There's a question. It's problematic. It's about Ministry of Agrarian Policy and demining operators that work in this direction. As of this moment, an agrarian can make a submission and order to get demining through Law 286 once. It's like one farm can make a submission only once because, or order, according to the cadastre numbers. He might have 10 contaminated cadastre numbers. So his submission is sent, it was accepted. The next one can be submitted, then NTS is done afterwards. And the problem is that DAR does not receive another order until that land is demined. So that means that you cannot give the order on the same cadastre number. But we also know that it can be shelled again, it can be remotely mined. It's not very spread over, but speaking about the situation that the agrarian can give the order, not probably on the same cadastre number, but on the land, on each separate cadastre number. It's a problem. We encounter with that quite often, and it slows down the process. I would like to answer, Dennis. Yes. I cannot say it's a problem. On my side, I would say that you actually understand it as an operator. We speak a lot about it. And when the program started, not only this issue, but other questions were also quite discussable. I cannot say that it is ideal, and if we say technically to do it, our technical employees from DAR, they will work at it for a week, for a month, and technically technically we can start with that. But there's another side of the coin about the farmers and their will or not willing about this. There's also about integrity of operators. We have spoken about it. Not let's speak about the farmers. The farmers spoke about 5 hectares that were not demined. I thought that this money was given to me, and I don't want to demine it that much. The same is about operators. They actually submit this, and it happens like they have just 4 sappers and 1 pair of trousers. So we are going to move in this direction. Technically, we understand how to move in this direction, but practically, when we see the tender, then we say, hey, this land is already used, or there is nothing to clear here. There are many things like you. So there are different levers that will help with the market development. And I will speak about the costs. Let's say this money is used. I don't like this word anyway, but there was also about our capacities. So let's say we are capable to work according to these directions as we just took over these obligations. And so far, we won't have any delays from us about opening this functionality. There was also a question on banks. I agree with the colleague. When there is business and when we understand the farmers that are there, some of them have the expired contracts, and to get the credits for the farm or to get more debts is not really good for them. So this issue is not regulated well or addressed well. So if in order to finish this issue, it's not about the money. You know what the situation with quality assurance is. We have to improve our capacities. We, let's say, have 22 people, but we don't have this affiliate for this money. I would like them to do the quality assurance certification with the operators. These questions need to be addressed. There is a problem, but it's not a problem. It's an issue. We know how to address it, and gradually, with the development of your work, the operators, we will answer that. We will address it. The same like it was the question about 50 hectares, having or not having experience. You asked, we got it addressed. Thank you. It seems that we have some more time for questions. I see there are no questions. The faster we will get to the informal discussion. So, colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you, our speakers. I hope it was informative and interesting, and let's meet each other at discussion.
Дякуємо нашим спікерам. Ну і хочеться подякувати нашим партнерам. Генеральний партнер програми розвитку ООН в Україні, титульний партнер банк Пумп, партнери Київстар та Уклон, інформаційні партнери Starlight Media, Американська торгівельна палата та Європейська бізнес-асоціація. Разом ми створюємо майбутнє, де українська земля буде безпечною для життя. Також звертаємо вашу увагу, у разі оголошення повітряної тривоги ми будемо змушені призупинити захід, а вас просимо прямувати в укриття. Воно розташоване на -1-му поверсі в паркінгу, вхід праворуч від зони реєстрації. Також наполегливо просимо дотримуватися правила інформаційної тиші. Не публікуйте жодних відео чи фото до офіційного завершення форуму. Пам'ятайте, це наша з вами безпека. Також звертаємо вашу увагу на виставку розмінувальної техніки, що проходить просто зараз на дворі. Там ви побачите сучасні технології та обладнання, які щодня працюють для того, щоб зробити нашу землю безпечною. Це можливість дізнатися більше про інновації, що рятують життя і допомагають відновлювати території. У нас попереду ще одна дискусійна панель, тому просимо вас залишатися в залі. За кілька хвилин ми продовжимо. Пані та панове, за кілька хвилин на нас чекає розмова про особистості та історії у сфері протимінної діяльності. Пані та панове, ми очікуємо на наших гостей з малої зали, де ще триває дискусійна панель. Тому оголошується перерва на 10 хвилин. Пані та панове, ми розпочинаємо розмову про особистості та історії у сфері протимінної діяльності.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our next session, attended by some celebrities. You have to be strong. You just have to be ready. There is no such a term as a woman. Oh, what I mean is you have to be strong, resilient, and emotionally stable, because anything can happen. A dog might growl at you, or it might just go, and you can't just burst into tears. You have to pull yourself together and keep working. One day, they gave me a dog. I really did not like her at first because she was so stubborn. Now I have worked for a year. I've been in the minefield together. We have been through so much together, and I will never let her go. Можливо, лише дві дійсно є міни з 3,5 тисяч точок, які проходить сапер за день. Є деякі ознаки того, що там дійсно вибухівка. Це одна з ключових переваг у місцях, забруднених металом, де детектору складно визначити усі сигнали. А для собаки це просто тому, що вона просто відчуває запах вибухівки. It's great working with dogs, but it's difficult to build a real bond with them. One of the secrets is that you have to become a friend to the dog and vice versa. You just want to get up in the morning and go to work because you know that no matter what, someone is waiting for you. Those two little tails are waiting for you, and every day they charge you with a desire to keep working. That's why you do not even want to consider changing the career path. We will demine the country, and that is both a challenge and something I'm really proud of. Our entire organization, each team and every person in it are doing a tremendous job for every country we work in. The moderator of this panel will be Mr. Alexander Pedan. Dear friends, welcome everyone. Yes, I'm Alexander Pedan. I'm a civil activist and a TV show host. It's very pleasant to be with you to discuss this topic. I'm deeply involved in mine action now. I have hosted at least 75 events for children. Together with UNICEF and other organizations, we visited the frontline territories and deoccupied territories. In Izum city, for instance, we held a session for 100 children. We presented them in simple words what should be done if you are exposed to mine hazards. So you know the rule, the general rule: don't approach, don't touch, and call 101. Our panel will have a slightly different hue. We are not going to talk about legislation. We would rather focus on practice. You will listen to the stories of people who faced the mine risks. Unfortunately, we will have to listen to their stories, their real-life stories, but they will inspire us. So, let's proceed from theory to practice. So, our first speaker will be a person deeply involved in this issue. This is Russian-Ukrainian War veteran, deminer, project ambassador. This person has now visual and hearing impairments as a result of a mine explosion. Now he lives together with his wife in Kiev. With his wife, he helps other people with similar problems. Please meet Mr. Yushchenko. Come closer to me. Yuliia will help Vyacheslav if something is not clear. Okay, now our second speaker, a lady, a mom of 2 kids. Hello, Trust Ukraine. Then an analyst of satellite images, the Hello Trust, an ex-soldier, Mr. Pavlo Khazainov. Now he works in the Demining area after he had been injured. Hello? Hello? Sorry, we didn't check fence. I'm happy to see you. And MBA canine handler. She works now on clearance of agricultural lands in Kherson Oblast. Ms. Maria Radchenko, a canine handler. And now we've got just 1 vacant seat. Sorry, 2 vacant seats. Another canine handler from the emergency service of Ukraine. Maybe it's nice that you'll be sitting next to Maria. A person has always worked with dogs. Now, due to his skills, he works in the demining as well. Mr. Yegor Pidubny, welcome. I see a very young boy. Another speaker, coordinator of humanitarian assistance to victims, coordinator at the Miners Association, Dmitro Slipkai. He got injured as a result of mine explosion. Welcome. Well, we are not in a hurry, so let's check if you can hear me well. Vladislav, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, sometimes I will be touching you. So please, Bridget, tolerate my touches. Okay, dear friends, we are interested in your motivation. Why are you involved? Of course, it's dangerous. It's a challenge. It's something horrible. I witnessed the mining operations, and at the first go, I was really impressed, but you can never get used to it because it's all about the danger. It's all about motivation as well. Someone has to demine the areas and someone has to help victims. So, let's start with you. Why did you decide to demine our lands? Hello, I'm Tatiana. My husband is a soldier and I have 2 kids. I used to work as a sales manager in a furniture company, but everything changed as the war started. So I decided to change my occupation drastically. I learned about Halo Trust company from my acquaintances. I decided to try myself in this role. I used to wear high heels and smart dresses. Now I'm wearing boots and uniform. I am in charge of my family. I'm concerned about my family, my parents, my kids, my husband. This love inspires me, and I am involved in a very important matter for the entire country, for the sake of the entire country. We saved many lives. This is also very inspiring.
So, just to make it clear, you really work in field, you carry a metal detector. Just tell me about your typical day at work. So let me tell you how I ended up here. First, I got the deminer training, then I had a paramedic trainer, and now I'm a demining team leader. So I actually swept for mines I actually deal with it every day. That's how I work. Okay, we will get back to this topic a bit later, because one of our topic, I've heard some very surprise women in Demining. It will be a topic for separate conversation. But now let me ask you another question. How long did it take for you to prepare, to train, so you can work in this area? How quickly and how easy it is for people to enter the Demine action market? I know that people in this area get quite good wages, so tell us a little bit about it. Well, first I had a 5-day theory training. Then we worked on a training field. We spent 15 more days in field. Then we had pretty tough selection. We had to pass a written test and a practical test. And then we started to sweep real field. Do you need a higher education for it? Do you need to study for 4 years? No, you don't need. Okay, the miners don't need higher education. What's your salary? I won't tell you. Well, it's enough for me to sustain myself. Okay, dear friends, if you want to learn more about wages in this area, I know for sure that there are some private humanitarian mine action companies who publicly disclose this information. I know it's about 80,000 hryvnias per month. So it's quite a competitive salary in the market. We all know the reason why. But that's it. We will get back to you. Thank you so much for your input. And now, if you don't mind, I want to ask a question for Mr. Dmytro. Mr. Dmytro, welcome to our discussion. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about your own motivation to engage in this work, to work in this area. Share your story with us, please. Well, thank you so much. I used to work at the State Emergency Service, as you mentioned when you introduced me. I was doing mine sweeping in Donetsk region. One of my assignments ended up in explosion, and I lost my vision. I had few quite difficult challenges, but I quickly realized that I should not stop. It's my response to all challenges I faced. I have had several stages of rehabilitation, so I clearly understand all the aspects and all the issues explosion survivors deal with. This is the reason why I decided to dedicate myself to supporting explosion survivors, explosive incident survivors, because I clearly understand all the issues they are dealing, because I felt it myself. And I don't make mistakes like other people did when I was in rehabilitation. And could you tell us a little bit about your job? What exactly you're doing? Whom you cooperate with? How do you support people? Well, our organization, Ukrainian Demine Association, is supporting explosive incident survivors. It includes mine victims and people injured in strikes and shellings. Survivors usually learn about assistance available from our organization. It's quite easy. You can find the info on our website, on Ukrainian Demining Association website. Also, we have a representation all over Ukraine at various communities and at hospitals. We spread our leaflets with contact data and links to our website. We have QR codes with links to application form. You can easily find our hotline number, our social media links, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. And you can use any communication channel to contact us. A responsible officer will respond to your application. Then you can fill a form, and other humanitarian coordinators like me will help you with filling the papers. Then we will assess your needs, assess the history, assess the nature of injury. We will assess the physical challenges a person is dealing with, and then we will start our work. We will start a communication to learn how we can better support the survivor, and then we will follow up a survivor throughout the entire process. And then we also keep in touch after the process is complete. So you personally communicate with survivors, right? Yes, I personally communicate with survivors. I accept documents they submit. And I follow up directly. Basically, I'm responsible for entire cycle of support provision. So basically, it's your 24/7 job, full-time job. Well, our activities is something more than a job. It's a mission that brings us together around a central idea. Every life matters. When we support one person, it may seem just one little step, but it's a whole new way for every survivor. Yes, a loud round of applause, please. I know that the Metro personally supported 419 people. So a loud round of applause to express our sincere appreciation. Thank you, Dmitro. We will get back to your story, but we have another very nice. We will get back to it later. But now I want to ask a question to another panelist. This is a person I personally admire. I follow you on Instagram. Yes. Unfortunately, it's not you, Tatiana. I will follow you a bit later, but it's Vladislav Yeshchenko. Vladislav is probably the best person to tell us about the harm and damage brought upon by mines. He's not just telling about it, he's showing his own example. He's using his own example to inspire people. I actually follow his Instagram page, and I strongly encourage you to follow him. It's an amazing scene, it's an amazing project, and I really feel inspired by you. You use really amazing, easy to understand form to share information with people. So please share your story. First of all, greeting everyone. It's working, it's fine. Thank you so much for your warm words of appreciation. I'm really pleased to hear it, and let me share my story. I started my way in my career in Hello Trust back in 2021. I was a deminer. And we were also doing mine sweeping in the Donetsk region. Our goal was to ensure safe approach to explosive hazardous items and ordnance for state emergency service officers, so they can easily demine it even when lying down. But when the full-scale invasion started, I joined 104th Separate Territorial Defense Battalion in the city of Bakhmut, so I enrolled in the military as an explosive ordnance device specialist. So humanitarian deminer and a military EOD technician are two quite different things. In the Donetsk area, for 6 months, we had been doing demining, mostly demining of land. And unfortunately, this also included some civilian areas, some inhabited communities, the suburbs of Bakhmut. These were not just military unit or battlefield. Many unexploded ordnance were found in purely civilian areas. After I was injured, and it happened in August, when I was designing the anti-personnel landmine, the self-liquidation mechanism of ordnance. was activated and 84 isolated ordnance detonated, I was doing isolation, so I totally lost my vision and I almost lost my hearing. And I suffered many fragmentation injuries. I spent 10 days in coma, 4 months in treatment, and then I come up with this thought. When I started as a deminer, I clearly realized that it's dangerous. I knew that the price could be my life, that could be a life of one person, people we tried to save. If you saved at least 2 people at the cost of your own life, means that you're lucky, and over 6 months we successfully performed combat tasks. We disarmed hundreds of ordnance. So I think my vision was quite a cheap cost to pay. When I recovered, I realized that my life is not over. I had to support people with mind-blast injuries, resulting in vision impairments. So now I'm supporting people who have lost their vision or suffered vision impairments. Unfortunately, there are more and more people like this every day due to concussions, due to fragmentation injuries, etc. Unfortunately, it's true. But our charity, Seize the Victory, was founded in January, and since then we have followed up every survivor in need of help. This is my little way. Thank you so much. This round of applause is for you. You know, some people say, and unfortunately it's especially true for Demining, for mine action, and it's true for our country for decades to come. The samurai has no purpose. Samurai has only way. But you are on the right way. Thank you so much. You're amazing. And now let's get back to our contaminated areas. And I have a question to Pavlo, satellite image analyst from Hello Trust. Could you please share your story? Tell us a little bit about your work. Share some insights, some truths we need to know. Thank you. Hello, dear friends. My story is quite simple and challenging at the same time. I was born in Kramatorsk. I had lived there almost all my life. And I first faced the war back in 2014 during capture of Kramatorsk and Slavyansk by separatist units. Back then I didn't know how to resist, but I promised myself that if something like this happens again, I would do something. Unfortunately, it happened again in 2022. I was drinking coffee half of the night, and in the morning I went to the military recruitment office. I had no military training, but I believed it was my only choice. Since the earliest day of the full-scale invasion, I had been deployed in a frontline area. I had no training, but we felt calm because we knew who we were and why we were there. I was lucky. I was lucky to fight during the large-scale counter-offensive when Kharkiv, a part of Donetsk and a part of Lugansk regions were liberated. It was very good news for us. And I was lucky. I was happy to liberate my own land. It's something you cannot compare to, and this feeling cannot be compared to anything else. Before the war, I was a graphic designer. I had my own printing office, and I would never thought that I would face the war and this terror. I would never imagine that once I will work in military or humanitarian mine action. But I had to. I dealt with military mines under my feet with no knowledge. So I had, but during the war you quickly learn what it is and what to do with it. Either you learn quickly or, yes, exactly. So during the Svatovo defense operation, I suffered severe concussion, I was evacuated, and after a long-term treatment, the main issues manifested later, but I was still lucky. I managed to recover. Unfortunately, due to my injuries, I had to resign from the army. I was assigned a disability status, and for almost a year, I spent almost a year to recover the confidence in my physical abilities. I wasn't looking for a job, I wasn't making any plans, but when I saw the information about UNDP and Demine Ukraine running a training course for satellite image analyst, I felt really excited. It's something quite related to my previous civilian occupation. Since early 90s, I studied to be a graphic designer, and now I'm also doing something novel. We're using satellite image and drone image data to demine. It's a novel technology, novel, groundbreaking technology, and Ukraine is pioneering in this area right now. So I'm really excited about it. I had a chance to join the course. Only 10 people were selected. And later I realized that I was really interested about it. I was so excited. I could use my skills and my expertise to defend my homeland. And of course, I perfectly know what does mine contamination mean. And I really hope that once the Donetsk region will be open for the mining, but unfortunately we will face a terrible problem that cannot compare to what we witnessed in the Kharkiv region. I really hope for the day when we have to do humanitarian demining in the Donetsk region, and I will have a chance to demine my homeland. So basically you're a role model. You deal with computers, with images, you analyze them, and you generate some data used in further mine action. Yes, it's a new technology, non-technical inspection, which really facilitates and improves the performance of further demining activities. We generate maps with detailed threat analysis, so people working in the field are fully informed about what to expect in this area. So the mine action becomes faster, much faster. You use drones, you use satellite images. And so could you please tell us a little bit about this novel technology? Yes, sure. Satellite images are used for general situational analysis. We know where combat operations happened, we see trenches, we see fortifications. As a former military, I contribute my own expertise. I know what these fortifications are used for. And then we have a certain area, we select a certain area, and then we launch drones to produce high-precision images. We use these high-precision images to prepare a map, and we analyze every centimeter of the land surface. We try to identify everything that can be identified, everything suspicious. So, thank you so much. I think you bring in the solution to this problem much closer. So basically, your job is to prioritize the areas. Thank you so much. Another round of applause.
And now I have questions for our young canine handlers. I'm not going to make any jokes about Patron dog. He has already left us our today's event. I'll be serious. I know that when working, you deal with your friends, with your four-leg friends, and you are, of course, concerned about them. Let's start with you, Maria. How did you come up with an idea to get involved with the demining? What was your journey? However, everyone, my name is Maria. I started working in the demining sector not since the very beginning of my career. I work as a deminer since 2023. Together with my friends, we implemented a project for children affected by war and children who lost their parents as a result of war. And we hosted children in a camp. We invited canine handlers who train dogs to save drowning people. And we liked the idea. And I underwent an online course of Sumy Agriculture University. So Sumy Agricultural University offers an online course on kinology. Yes, we studied theory and then we passed exams in Sumy Oblast. Did you have a dog at that time? Well, I used to have dogs. We had a German Shepherd dog in our family. Actually, I'll tell you why I'm asking. It's really good that first you can undergo online courses, then you can know whether this occupation fits you or not. Okay, then I learned about demining and about canine units within demining. So deminers, these are deminers working together with dogs, and I decided to try myself out in this role. Of course, I had to make a well-balanced decision. Did you have any doubts? Why? Did you have any concerns? Were you afraid? Well, yes, I was concerned about risks, about hazards. However, my dad is an underwater deminer, so I know that it's dangerous profession. Did anyone try to dissuade you? Yes, of course, everyone. Yes, okay, a round of applause for this courageous lady. Good. Then, as far as I understand, you joined the emergency service. Give us a brief overview of your further steps. Yes, I underwent short courses offered by the company. There we met our dogs, we learned techniques, and we studied theory. How long did it take you? For about 3 months. 3 months, okay, great. And now, what are your responsibilities? Together with my dog, I work in Mykolaiv Oblast. I'm involved in clearance. So, field work, right? This is a so-called non-technical survey, right? How do you cooperate with the deminers? So, our company works stepwise. First, we send the mine sweepers. Then, my dog and the miner and I follow the mine sweeper. We are looking for other mines that might have remained in the soil. how deep can the dog smell the mine? As far as I know, the machinery reaches down to 30, 40 centimeters. Well, dogs smell explosive ordnance depending on the type of the soil. In our reality, it's up to 20 centimeters. In Cambodia, for instance, it can be up to 1 meter. Okay, I see that you have long-range plans. So first you remind Ukraine, then you will go to Cambodia. Well, just plans. Thank you. And now, Yegor Pedubny. I know that you are from a dynasty of dog handlers. Unlike Maria, yes, my mom is a canine handler in Dnipro. She is engaged in sports training. I've changed the tradition. Actually, I've broken it, and I joined the emergency service. First, I worked with the dogs that are able to find people under the debris after technogenic disasters or people who get lost in the forest. Yet, in early 2023, our center received a piece of information about foreign visitors, foreign experts who can train us in new techniques. So I decided to change my field of activity. I used to deal with search and rescue operations, and I decided to get appropriate training in the field of demining. I met Maria during the courses, these 3-month courses. I learned lots of basic skills, and if you know the basics, it will be easier when you work in the fields and in testing grounds. I passed my exams. I worked in Mykolaiv Oblast and in Donetsk Oblast as well. Okay, thank you. I have a very practical question. Who is this occupation recommendable for? Maybe for people who are in love with animals, who are fond of animals, and people who are ready to sacrifice something. When you start demanding activities, you have to be ready to sacrifice your leisure time. You should walk your dog, you should feed your dog, you should care about your dog beyond the working hours. At our training center, there are some people who just live in the center with the dogs. They cannot go and live in an apartment. They can reside on the grounds just because they cannot leave their pets. Yeah, they can, but they do not want to. You know, once I attended Frontline. By the way, I visit soldiers very often, and I visited both Kherson and Kharkiv Oblast. And I saw the heaps of munition all around. Of course, we did not enter the buildings because the facilities, both military and civil, were heavily contaminated. And, you know, the soldiers often tell each other, take care. When you say take care, people may answer, if we take care of ourselves, who would take care of you? It's absolutely true, I believe. Whatever standards of demining we have, anyway, demining is a risky and dangerous activity. Okay, another question to Tatiana. I'm not fond of gender-related topics, nonetheless. Sometimes we hear in Ukraine that demining is not a proper profession for ladies. So the question, please be frank, have you ever encountered any obstacles, any barriers? And the second question, is it physically difficult for you, or should a person be fit to become a deminer? Actually, any woman can become a deminer. There were some people who condemned me when they, as they learned that I'm a deminer, they said that it's a wrong choice, that I have 2 children and it's very dangerous. Someone tried to dissuade me. Someone asked me to take care of myself, yet I'm very grateful to my relatives who supported me. I want to work in this sector irrespective of the risks. It is very difficult in the physical respect. We have to carry heavy equipment, metal detector, and so on. You should be fit. You should have healthy knees and a healthy spine. So you have to be well trained. Yes, if you have some issues with your knees, it will be very difficult because you have to squat and stand up again. We should be very attentive when looking for booby traps. We should check every centimeter of soil. We just brush through the grass. In terms of gender stereotypes, I have not sensed them yet. Everyone is very loyal to us, to women. The gender balance is not yet 50-50 in our company. However, it's about 30-70. Okay, thank you for this valuable piece of information. By the way, there are lots of women in the management as well. Okay, we have to keep this in mind, but we will pretend that we did not understand your sarcasm. Okay, what is your position? Now I am the head of the demining unit, but first I was a deminer, common deminer, then I was a paramedic. I started from scratch, so to say, and I hope that it's not the end of this story. There will be even more women in the management now. Okay, let's discuss the economic situation. We know that we need men on the front line. Therefore, there are not enough men in demining, while ladies, women, do not have to be reserved because they are not subject to mobilization, to the drafting. So it's a good case, and I see lots of ladies among the miners. They look really cute. I'm sorry for saying that, but I'm really proud of you. You look cute. And finally, I'll say the following. I know. As soon as you come back home, you put off your uniform and take your brushes and canvases. Yes, I paint at my leisure time. Ukraine is a very picturesque country with beautiful plants, beautiful sky and fields, and even when I work in the fields contaminated with mines, I get inspired, and as I come back home, I paint what I have seen. Thank you, and now let me ask Vladislav. Vladislav, I am positively impressed with your approaches. You help the people with disabilities to feel support and affection. I'm fascinated by you. How did you come up with this idea? What tools, apart from Instagram, do you use to show these people that life is not over after the injury? Well, At the beginning of my story, I got to Kiev immediately after I got injured. In Kiev, I was interviewed. I gave first interviews and I started making posts in the social media, and thus I met other people who needed support, just like my family did. They needed information, they needed money, they needed knowledge about healthcare and rehabilitation. They wanted to learn about rehabilitation opportunities, which is not broadly provided at the nation level. And you possess this information, yes, because it was the time of my rehabilitation at that time. We started patronating these people. However, it was not institutionalized yet. It was not under an umbrella of an organization. We just wanted to help people who needed this assistance. I'll explain you why. At that time, it was really difficult to get access to information. We had to engage lots of people from various groups of population, so to say. We collected information bit by bit. It was very important information for people who got injured. Thus, they learned about rehabilitation opportunities. Rehabilitation helps people to improve their standard of living, their quality of living. In early 2023, we entered TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. We started as streaming events. I shared my personal story. I tried to explain people what they should do after similar injuries. First, we followed up for about 10 persons. Mainly we got calls from women, female relatives, moms, wives, and sometimes children of our soldiers. What about the soldiers? What about the veterans themselves? Were they ashamed? Did not they call you? Every time when you get an explosion injury, you lose your skills, you lose your capacities. It's very difficult to pick up the phone and tell someone about your problem. You have to accept your situation, and it also takes time to undergo rehabilitation. Many soldiers whose relatives called us were still in coma. Many veterans were yet unaware of the fact that they lost their eyesight. So we instructed the family how to break the news to avoid aggression and other complications. So first, they provided information to these 10 persons. Then this number grew up to 30, and we realized that something has to be done. There was not a single organization or structure that would provide support to these people. The problem was not being addressed at the national level. Thus, we set up a charity information to provide more professional services. Nowadays, we help people with restoring their eyesight if it's possible, due to our partners, due to our colleagues, and we also procure the transplantation material such as retina. Those who cannot be assisted can enjoy rehabilitation provided by our organization. Due to the rehabilitation, a person can live independently. This person is not a burden for anyone. He or she is able to help other people instead. Then another aspect of our activity is awareness raising the population. We conduct information sessions for the population. We provide materials to the authorities. So we train people in communicating with veterans and people with disabilities. We and explain how to work with people with impaired eyesight. The most important aspect of our activity is a search for the modern technologies for eyesight restoration. It's actually my idea. Our organization signed a memorandum with an institute involved in developing, involved in bionics. And we also have another partner headed by an MP. We contacted Elon Musk's clinic that applies Neuralinks technologies. Yes, we have read about it. Do you cooperate with them, or it's just negotiations?
With Shmyhal and Randes Institute, we cooperate already. As for Neuralink technology, we are only exploring it, but we already have some direct contacts. So we're making great progress. Yes, you have to be resilient. You have to expect that it will take not a month, not a year, it will take several years. But we will do our best in order to make sure that Ukraine has access to these technologies. So we are working on it. Thank you, Vladislav. A loud round of applause, please. You're a real role model to other people. You show that the life goes on. You can and you must find a place for yourself in this world. And your way of samurai is a perfect role model of how the story can continue and how you can continue to be useful for Ukraine. I have another final statement, but I want Dmytro to discuss it. Dmytro, my question is for you. So we're approaching the end of our conversation, and I've read the story, and I want you to tell the story to everyone about February 14th, a very romantic story, because we really want this panel discussion to be inspiring. We wanted to promote resilience. You know what military people hate the most, and what we must not do when towards veterans and former military. We must not feel pity towards them. So I want to finish with something really positive. Dmytro, please share your story. Thank you so much. So during my work at the Ukrainian Demine Association, I personally supported 419 people. I mean people who suffered injuries. And each of these stories, it's not just about tragedy, it's also about a new beginning. So now I want to share something with you. On February 13th, on St. Valentine's Day, I had a chance to talk to a guy and a girl who really struggled in their life, and then they became a family. So the guy was using his own tractor to support the armed forces of Ukraine, and his tractor was hit by a grenade dropped from a drone. She was in a shell fire, in a strike, and she suffered fragmentation injuries. After the Ukrainian Demine Association supported them, he recovered his health, he fixed his tractor, and he resumed his work. She also recovered. She bought a cow, and she started a small farm business. They met at a hospital where they had treatment. Before that, they hadn't even known each other. They supported each other when at hospital. Then they started to live together. Then they moved together. They started to live together, and they created a new family. And I had a chance to talk to this couple. They invited the members of our organization to attend their wedding. They are planning to have a wedding ceremony soon. And let me emphasize that our activity, our work, shows that we not just help people to deal with their challenges, we help them to build a new life, to help new families. The story is so much inspiring. It was incredible, it was just amazing. And as soon as we could, as soon as we received this feedback from them, we felt incredible emotions. You know, say you receive this feedback on a St. Valentine's Day, a tractor, a cow, a small farm. It's just amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. And a loud round of applause to all heroes, to all heroic panelists. Thank you so much. Тетяна Рубанка, Егор Поддубный, Владислав Ещенко, Валерия Ещенко, Павло Хозяинов, Мария Радченко, and Yegor. A loud round of applause to Yegor. So, dear friends, now you can come down to the hall. We're about to have another small surprise for everyone. You will see it on the screen, and we need to clear a stage a little bit for it. Those who can see will see it. Those who won't see, we will tell you about it. But first, let's give another quick round of applause while our heroes are taking a seat. You really look like you're a samurai. It's amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much once again. Dear friends, we had an amazing panel, and we're about to have another very positive thing. I don't know what can be better than a tractor, a cow, and a love story. But first, well, I know some tractor stories that happened because of unauthorized demining, unfortunately, and we had to do our best to avoid any such things in the future. We have to reduce the human suffering. We need to help people to avoid mining explosive item injuries. We need to work a lot for this purpose. We need to raise awareness and do demine action. So all services, we highly appreciate all services engaged in military and humanitarian demine actions. I won't say you to take care, because God will take care of you. And now please pay attention to our screen. We're about to have another exciting love story. This is a story about circumstances that could prevent people from realizing themselves. It's about a young man from Irpin. He volunteered to defend Ukraine back in 2020, and in May last year he suffered very severe injuries after enemy mortar strike. A part of his leg was amputated, and doctors expected he would never walk, but his mother thought otherwise. Of course, she was committed to help and protect his son, and she taught him not just walk. She believed that he would do ball dancing. And now you will see this heroic story with your own eyes. Let's take a look at the dance. Georgi is dancing with his mom.
Це історія про Георгія.
It's a story about Georgi Raskalei, his mother Marina, and his long rehabilitation journey they've covered together. He's a 23-year-old defender who lost his arm and a chance to walk after a hell on a battlefield in Bakhmut. She's a mother who healed her son through a dance.
Дякуємо. На цьому наша панель
Thank you so much. So it's the finish of our panel. Thank you so much for your attention. And we are also sincerely grateful to our partners. A general partner of the Man Ukraine Forum is UNDP, Bank, Kyivstar, Uklon. Our informational partners are Starlight Media, American Chamber of Commerce, and European Business Association. Thank you so much for your participation. Demand Ukraine 2024 is now officially over.